Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Will chew on anything with its fangs. If you see one, it is certain that 40 more live in the area. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Rattata is cautious in extreme. Even while it is asleep, it constantly listens by moving its ears around. It is not picky about where it lives. It will make its nest anywhere. Pokemon Moon. With their strong capacity for survival, they can live in dirty places without concern. Left unchecked, their numbers multiply rapidly. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its incisors grow continuously throughout its life. If its incisors get too long, this Pokemon becomes unable to eat, and it starves to death. Raticate. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. It uses its whiskers to maintain its balance. It apparently slows down if they are cut off. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold gnaws on anything with its tough fangs. It can even topple concrete buildings by gnawing on them. Pokemon Moon. Its disposition is far more violent than its looks would suggest. Don't let your hand get too close to its face, as it could bite your hand clean off. Pokemon Ultra Sun. People say that it fled from its enemies by using its small webbed hind feet to swim from island to island. In Alola. Meows. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Violet. It loves things that sparkle. When it sees a shiny object, the gold coin on its head shines too. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Scarlet. All it does is sleep during the daytime. At night, it patrols its territory with its eyes aglow. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When visiting a junkyard, you may catch sight of it having an intense fight with Murkrow over shiny objects. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It loves coins. So if you give it one, you can make friends with Meowth easily. But it's fickle, so you can't count on that friendship lasting. Gigantamaxed Meowth. Pokemon Sword. The pattern that has appeared on its giant coin is thought to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Dynamax phenomenon. Pokemon Shield. Its body has grown incredibly long, and the coin on its forehead has grown incredibly large, all thanks to Gigantamax's power. Persian. Pokemon Crystal. Behind its lithe, elegant appearance lies a barbaric side. It will tear apart its prey on a mere whim. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Persian has 6 bold whiskers that give it a look of toughness. The whiskers sense air movements to determine what is in the Pokemon's surrounding vicinity. It becomes docile if grabbed by the whiskers. Pokemon Ultra Moon. This Pokemon is popular with rich people. It's also targeted by hunters who are after the jewel in its forehead. Pokemon Shield. Its elegant and refined behavior clashes with that of the barbaric berserker. The relationship between the two is one of mutual disdain. Lick-a-tongue, 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 lick-a-tongue. Lick-a-tongue. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Its tongue spans almost 7 feet and moves more freely than its forelegs. Its legs can cause paralysis. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Whenever Lickitung comes across something new, it will unfailingly give it a lick. It does so because it memorizes things by texture and by taste. It is somewhat put off by sour things. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. When it extends its over 6-foot long tongue, its tail quivers. There is a possibility they are connected. Pokemon Ultramoon. It licks filth clean with its tongue. Whatever it licks always stinks afterward, so whether it's really clean is questionable. Pokemon Shield. Bug Pokemon are Lickitung's main food source. This Pokemon paralyzes its prey with a lick from its long tongue, then swallows the prey whole. Chansey. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Chansey lays nutritionally excellent eggs on an everyday basis. The eggs are so delicious, they are easily and eagerly devoured by even those people who have lost their appetite. Pokemon Pearl and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It lays several eggs a day and won't share them with those who have evil in their hearts. Pokemon Ultramoon. Because the eggs on their bellies have been over-harvested by people in the past, the Chansey population remains very small. Pokemon Sword. The egg Chansey carries is not only delicious, but also packed with nutrition. It's used as a high-class cooking ingredient. Pokemon Shield. This species was once very slow. To protect their eggs from other creatures, these Pokemon became able to flee quickly. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This pure-hearted Pokemon shares its eggs with the injured. These eggs are so nutritious that they've been nicknamed Doctor's Doubles. Kangaskhan. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. The infant rarely ventures out of its mother's protective pouch until it is 3 years old. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. To protect its young. It will never give up during battle, no matter how badly wounded it is. Pokemon Crystal. To avoid crushing the baby it carries in its pouch, it always sleeps standing up. Pokemon Sun. Kangaskhan's maternal love is so deep that it will brave death to protect its offspring. Pokemon Moon. The child in its pouch leaves home after roughly 3 years. That is the only time the mother is heard to cry wildly. Pokemon Shield. There are records of a lost human child being raised by a childless Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan. Pokemon Sun. Mega Kangaskhan's strength derives from the mother's happiness about her child's growth. Watching it grow up keeps their spirits high. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When the mother sees the back of her Mega Evolved child, it makes her think of the day when her child will inevitably leave her. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Its child has grown rapidly thanks to the energy of Mega Evolution. Mother and child show their harmonious teamwork in battle. Tauros. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. A rowdy Pokemon with a lot of stamina. Once running, it won't stop until it hits something. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. After heightening its will to fight by whipping itself with its 3 tails, it charges at full speed. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon is not satisfied unless it is rampaging at all times. If there is no opponent for Tauros to battle, it will charge at thick trees and knock them down to calm itself. Pokemon Sun. Historically, people in areas all over the world have ridden Tauros, but the practice is said to have started in Alola. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The climate seems to be related to the reason Tauros in Alola are a little calmer than those in other regions. Ditto. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It can transform into anything. When it sleeps, it changes into a stone to avoid being attacked. Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Scarlet. Its transformation ability is perfect. However, if made to laugh, it can't maintain its disguise. Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon Sword. It can reconstitute its entire cellular structure to change into what it sees, but it returns to normal when it relaxes. Pokemon Sun. It can reorganize its cells to make itself into a duplicate of anything it sees. The quality of the duplicate depends on the individual. Pokemon Moon. With its astonishing capacity for metamorphosis, it can get along with anything. It does not get along well with its fellow Ditto. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It transforms into whatever it sees. If the thing it's transforming into isn't right in front of it, Ditto relies on its memory. So, sometimes it fails. Eevee. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. Its genetic code is irregular. It may mutate if it is exposed to radiation from element stones. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Shield. Thanks to its unstable genetic makeup, this special Pokemon conceals many different possible evolutions. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The question of why only Eevee has such unstable genes has still not been solved. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its genes are easily influenced by its surroundings. Even its face starts to look like that of its trainer. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It can evolve into a variety of forms. Eevee's genes are the key to solving the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. Gigantamaxed Eevee. Pokemon Sword. Gigantamax energy upped the fluffiness of the fur around Eevee's neck. The fur will envelop a foe, capturing its body and captivating its mind. play with anyone around, only to end up crushing them with its immense body. Porygon. Pokemon Yellow Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. The only Pokemon people anticipate can fly into space. None has managed the feat yet, however. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It is a man-made Pokemon. Since it doesn't breathe, people are eager to try it in any environment. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Porygon is capable of reverting itself entirely back to program data and entering cyberspace. This Pokemon is copy protected, so it cannot be duplicated by copying. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This Pokemon was created using the cutting-edge science of 20 years ago. So many parts of it have since become obsolete. Pokemon Shield. In recent years, this species has been very helpful in cyberspace. These Pokemon will go around checking to make sure no suspicious data exists. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It has no discernible heartbeat and does not seem to draw breath, and yet it appears to function without issue. I cannot even begin to explain this utterly bizarre anomaly. Snorlax. Pokemon Yellow Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It will eat anything, even if the food happens to be a little moldy. It never gets an upset stomach. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Snorlax's typical day consists of nothing more than eating and sleeping. It is such a docile Pokemon that there are children who use its expansive belly as a place to play. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Sword. It is not satisfied unless it eats over 880 pounds of food every day. When it is done eating, it goes promptly to sleep. Pokemon Sun. Its stomach is said to be incomparably strong. Even Muk's poison is nothing more than a hint of spice on Snorlax's tongue. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This glutton appears in villages without warning and devours the entirety of their rice granaries. Such occurrences have long been counted among the gravest of disasters. Gigantamaxed Snorlax. Pokemon Sword. Gigantamax energy has affected stray seeds and even pebbles that got stuck to Snorlax, making them grow to a huge size. Pokemon Shield. Terrifyingly strong, this Pokemon is the size of a mountain and moves about as much as one as well. Sentret. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon X. When acting as a lookout, it warns others of danger by screeching and hitting the ground with its tail. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When Sentret sleeps, it does so while another stands guard. The sentry wakes the others at the first sign of danger. When this Pokemon becomes separated from its pack, it becomes incapable of sleep due to fear. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It has a very nervous nature. It stands up high on its tail so it can scan wide areas. Furret. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Pokemon Soul Silver. There is no telling where the tail begins. Despite its short legs, it is quick and likes to chase Rattata. Pokemon Crystal. It lives in narrow burrows that fit its slim body. The deeper the nests go, the more maze-like they become. Apom, 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 Apom. Apom. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. Its tail is so powerful that it can use it to grab a tree branch and hold itself up in the air. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Apom's tail ends in a hand-like appendage that can be cleverly manipulated. However, because the Pokemon uses its tail so much, its real hands have become rather clumsy. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. It lives atop giant trees. It wraps its tail around a branch so it won't fall off while asleep. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It searches for prey from the tops of the trees. When it spots its favorite food Bonsweet, Apom gets excited and pounces. Dunsparce. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Violet. If spotted, it escapes by burrowing with its tail. It can float just slightly using its wings. Pokemon Crystal. It hides deep inside caves where no light ever reaches it and remains virtually motionless there. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It travels by digging through the ground. Diglett and Dunsparce share one another's tunnels happily. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon's tiny wings have some scientists saying that Dunsparce used to fly through the sky in ancient times. Pokemon Shield. The nests Dunsparce live in are mazes of tunnels. They never get lost in their own nest. They can tell where they are by the scent of the dirt. Teddiursa. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. If it finds honey, its crescent mark glows. It always licks its paws because they're soaked with honey. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon likes to lick its palms that are sweetened by being soaked in honey. Teddiursa concocts its own honey by blending fruits and pollen collected by Beedrill. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It lets honey soak into its paws so it can lick them all the time. Every set of paws tastes unique. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon discreetly follows Gumby to find their hive. It scoops up big dollops of honey in its palms to eat. Ursaring. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. With its ability to distinguish any aroma, it unfailingly finds all food buried deep underground. Pokemon Legends Arceus. When the cold season arrives in Hisui, this Pokemon will wander fields and mountains alike in search of its favorite berries. Ursaring's hunger during this time makes it a ferocious danger. Pokemon Scarlet. It usually wears a hardened expression, but when it's licking up honey, which it loves, the joy it feels will cause it to break into a wide grin. Pokemon Violet. It is quite skilled at climbing trees. If it comes across a primate while searching for berries in the treetops, trouble will surely ensue. Porygon 2. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Heart Gold. This This upgraded version of Porygon is designed for space exploration. It can't fly though. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. Further research enhanced its abilities. Sometimes it may exhibit motions that were not programmed. Pokemon Moon. Porygon was updated to a new version in readiness for planetary development, but that dream remains unrealized as yet. Pokemon Shield. After artificial intelligence was implemented in Porygon 2, the Pokemon began using a strange language that only other Porygon do understand. Stadler. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. The curved antlers subtly change the flow of air to create a strange space where reality is distorted. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Stadler's magnificent antlers were traded at high prices as works of art. As a result, this Pokemon was hunted close to extinction by those who were after the priceless antlers. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Staring at its antlers creates an odd sensation, as if one were being drawn into their centers. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its strangely shaped antlers have the power to bewitch those who see them. Medicine made by grinding up the black orbs from fallen antlers is an effective treatment for insomnia. Pokemon Violet. It's said that this Pokemon used to be stronger long ago when it had many enemies, and that it was even able to evolve under its own power. Smeargle. Pokemon Crystal. The color of the mysterious fluid secreted from its tail is predetermined for each Smeargle. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It marks its territory by using its tail like a paintbrush. There are more than 5,000 different marks. Pokemon Moon. It draws symbols all over the place to mark its territory. In towns with many Smeargle, the walls are covered in graffiti. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The fluid of Smeargle's tail secretion changes in the intensity of its hue as the Pokemon's emotions change. Miltank. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Miltank gives over 5 gallons of milk on a daily basis. Its sweet milk is enjoyed by children and grown-ups alike. People who can't drink milk turn it into yogurt and eat it instead. Pokemon Moon. Most people raise it for its milk, but it's quite tough and strong, so it's also well suited for battle. Pokemon Sword. Miltank produces highly nutritious milk, so it's been supporting the lives of people and other Pokemon since ancient times. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon needs to be milked every day, or else it will fall ill. The flavor of Miltank milk changes with the seasons. Blissey. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Violet. The eggs it lays are filled with happiness. Eating even one bite will bring a smile to anyone. Pokemon Moon. Its fluffy fur coat acts as a sensor, enabling it to read the feelings of people and Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Their eggs are such a delicacy that some say eating one will bring you happiness. These eggs fetch the highest prices on the market. Pokemon Ultra Moon. This Pokemon is overflowing with love. Only Chansey that share a strong bond with their trainer can evolve. So people say. Pokemon Shield. Blissey lays mysterious eggs that are filled with happiness. It's said that anyone who eats a Blissey egg will start acting kindly to all others. Zigzagoon, 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 Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. The hair on Zigzagoon's back is bristly. It rubs the hard back hair against trees to leave its territorial markings. This Pokemon may play dead to fool foes in battle. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. A Pokemon with abundant curiosity. It shows an interest in everything, so it always zigzags. Pokemon Emerald. Rubbing its nose against the ground, it always wanders about back and forth in search of something. It is distinguished by the zigzag footprints it leaves. Linoon. Linoon. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. When hunting, Linoon will make a beeline straight for the prey at a full run. While this Pokemon is capable of topping 60 miles per hour, it has to come to a screeching halt before it can turn. Pokemon Emerald. It is exceedingly fast if it only has to run in a straight line. When it spots pond-dwelling prey underwater, it quickly leaps in and catches it with its sharp claws. Pokemon Sword. Its fur is strong and supple. Shaving brushes made with shed Linoon hairs are highly prized. Slackoth, 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 Slackoth. Pokemon Ruby, Omega Ruby. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Slackoth lolls around for over 20 hours every day. Because it moves so little, it does not need much food. This Pokemon's sole daily meal consists of just 3 leaves. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Slackoth's heart beats just once a minute. Whatever happens, it is content to loaf around motionless. It is rare to see this Pokemon in motion. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It spends nearly all its time in a day sprawled out. Just seeing it makes one drowsy. Vigoroth, 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 Vigoroth. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Vigoroth is simply incapable of remaining still. Even when it tries to sleep, the blood in its veins grows agitated, compelling this Pokemon to run wild throughout the jungle before it can settle down. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Violet. It is always hungry because it won't stop rampaging. Even while it is eating, it can't keep still. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its heart beats at a 10-fold tempo, so it cannot sit still for even a moment. Slacking, 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 slacking. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Slacking spends all day lying down and lolling about. It eats grass growing within its reach. If it eats all the grass it can reach, this Pokemon reluctantly moves to another spot. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Pokemon Y and Pokemon Scarlet. It is the world's most slothful Pokemon. However, it can exert horrifying power by releasing pent-up energy all at once. Pokemon Emerald. Hordes of slacking gather around trees when fruits come into season. They wait around patiently for ripened fruits to fall out of the trees. Whismer, 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 whismer. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Normally, Whismer's voice is very quiet. It is barely audible even if one is paying close attention. However, if this Pokemon senses danger, it starts crying at an ear-splitting volume. Pokemon Sword. The cry of a Whismer is over 100 decibels. If you're close to a Whismer when it lets out a cry, you'll be stuck with an all-day headache. Pokemon Shield. When Whismer cries, the sound of its own voice startles it, making the Pokemon cry even louder. It cries until it's exhausted. Then it falls asleep. Loudred, 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 Loudred. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Loudred's bellowing can completely decimate a wood frame house. It uses its voice to punish its foes. This Pokemon's round ears serve as loudspeakers. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Loudred shouts while stamping its feet. After it finishes shouting, this Pokemon becomes incapable of hearing anything for a while. This is considered to be a weak point. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. It shouts loudly by inhaling air, and then uses its well-developed stomach muscles to exhale. Explode. Explode. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Explode communicates its feelings to the others by emitting whistle-like sounds from the tubes on its body. This Pokemon only raises its voice when it is in battle. Pokemon Sword. In the past, people would use the loud voices of these Pokemon as a means of communication between distant cities. Skitty, 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 skitty. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Skitty has the habit of becoming fascinated by moving objects and chasing them around. This Pokemon is known to chase after its own tail and become dizzy. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. It is said to be difficult to earn its trust. However, it is extremely popular for its cute looks and behavior. Delcatty. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Delcatty prefers to live an unfettered existence in which it can do as it pleases at its own pace. Because this Pokemon eats and sleeps whenever it decides. Its daily routines are completely random. Pokemon Emerald. Rather than keeping a permanent lair, it habitually seeks comfortable spots and sleeps there. It is nocturnal and becomes active at dusk. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It is highly popular among female trainers for its sublime fur. It does not keep a nest. Spinda. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. No two Spinda are said to have identical patterns. It confuses foes with its tumbling motions. Pokemon Sun. Its steps are staggering and unsteady, but Spinda thinks it's walking in a straight line. Pokemon Moon. Each and every Spinda has a slightly different configuration of spots. There are collectors who enjoy the tiny differences in their spot patterns. Zangoose. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Memories of battling its arch-rival Seviper are etched into every cell of Zangoose's body. This Pokemon adroitly dodges attacks with incredible agility. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Pokemon X, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It has feuded with Seviper for many generations. Its sharp claws are its biggest weapons. Cast Form. Pokemon Sun. It changes its form depending on the weather. Changes in the temperature or humidity appear to affect its cellular structure. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Although its form changes with the weather, that is apparently the result of a chemical reaction and not the result of its own free will. Kecleon, 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 Kecleon. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Kecleon is capable of changing its body's colors at will to blend in with its surroundings. There is one exception. This Pokemon can't change the zigzag pattern on its belly. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It changes its hue to blend into its surroundings. If no one takes notice of it for too long, it will pout and never reveal itself. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its color changes for concealment and also when its mood or health changes. The darker the color, the healthier it is. Bidoof. Bidoof. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. With nerves of steel, nothing can perturb it. It is more agile and active than it appears. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White 2. A comparison revealed that Bidoof's front teeth grow at the same rate as Rattata's. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Bidoof has an unsophisticated face and is rarely flustered by anything. There have been incidents involving Bidoof sauntering into villages and gnawing on the houses without a single care. Ambibomb. Ambibomb, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. To eat, it deftly shucks nuts with its two tails. It rarely uses its arms now. Pokemon Ultra Sun. In their search for comfortable trees, they get into territorial disputes with groups of Passimian. They win about half the time. Pokemon Ultra Moon. If it wraps both of its tails around you and gives you a squeeze, that's proof it really likes you. Pokemon Legends Arceus. To affirm their kinship, members of this species will form a ring by linking their newly doubled tails together. On rare occasions, humans have been accepted into such rings. Baneri. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. When it senses danger, it perks up its ears. On cold nights, it sleeps with its head tucked into its fur. Pokemon Sword. If both of Baneri's ears are rolled up, something is wrong with its body or mind. It's a sure sign the Pokemon is in need of care. Pokemon Shield. Baneri can attack by rolling up their ears and then striking with a force created by unrolling them. This attack becomes stronger with training. Low Bunny. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Low Bunny regrows its coat twice a year. Mufflers and hats made from its fur are really warm. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It's notably wary and has a dislike of fighting, but at the same time, it can deliver powerful kicks with its light legs. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its fur is warm and yet remarkably light. This Pokemon kicks as though it were a master of karate, driving back its opponents with ease. Glameow. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. It claws if displeased and purrs when affectionate. Its fickleness is very popular among some. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White 2. It hides its spiteful tendency of hooking its claws into the nose of its trainer if it isn't fed. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When it's happy, Glameow demonstrates beautiful movements of its tail, like a dancing ribbon. Purr ugly. Purr ugly. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. It is a brazen brute that barges its way into another Pokemon's nest and claims it as its own. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. To make itself appear intimidatingly beefy, it tightly cinches its waist with its twin tails. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Though impudent and difficult to tame, Purugly enjoys great popularity due to its fur, the beauty of which surpasses even Velveteen. Happiny, 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 happiny. Pokemon Moon. It's too small to lay eggs yet. As a surrogate, it searches out round white stones. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When it sees something round and white, Happiny puts it into the pouch on its stomach. It sometimes becomes overloaded and can't move. Pokemon Sword. Mimicking Chansey, Happiny will place an egg-shaped stone in its belly pouch. Happiny will treasure this stone. Pokemon Shield. Happini's willing to lend its precious round stone to those it's friendly with. But if the stone isn't returned, Happiny will cry and throw a tantrum. Munchlax, 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 Munchlax. Munchlax. Pokemon Platinum, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. In its desperation to gulp down food, it forgets about the food it has hidden under its fur. Pokemon Sword. Stuffing itself with vast amounts of food is its only concern. Whether the food is rotten or fresh, yummy or tasteless, it does not care. Pokemon Shield. It stores food beneath its fur. It might share just one bite, but only if it really trusts you. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its robust stomach allows it to nonchalantly devour even rotted matter. It pays frequent visits to villages, seeking out food scraps intended for compost. Licky, 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 licky. Pokemon Soul Silver. It has space in its throat to store saliva. It can also roll up its tongue and store it in the same spot. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Their saliva contains lots of components that can dissolve anything. The numbness caused by their lick does not dissipate. Pokemon Ultra Sun. A contest is underway to determine which one can stick its tongue out the farthest. The current record is more than 82 feet. Pour Porygon Z, Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Its programming was modified to enable it to travel through alien dimensions. Seems there might have been an error. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its behavior is noticeably unstable, which is apparently due to the incompetence of the engineer who updated its programming. Pokemon Legends Arceus. A curious item induced this evolution. The Pokemon's offensive capabilities have greatly increased, but the strangeness of its behavior has magnified in equal measure. This worries me. Regigigas, Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. There is an enduring legend that states this Pokemon towed continents with ropes. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It is said to have made Pokemon that look like itself from a special ice mountain, rocks, and magma. Arceus, Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. It is described in mythology as the Pokemon that shaped the universe with its 1,000 arms. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White 2. It is said to have emerged from an egg in a place where there was nothing, then shaped the world. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It is the heavenly fount from which pours the light that shines across Hisui. Its luminance guides and protects all Pokemon. Hisuian mythology states that Arceus is the creator of all things. Pat, Rat, Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Using food stored in cheek pouches, they can keep watch for days. They use their tails to communicate with others. Watch Og, Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When they see an enemy, their tails stand high and they spit the seeds of berries stored in their cheek pouches. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Using luminescent matter, it makes its eyes and body glow and stuns attacking opponents. Lillipup, Pokemon Moon. The long fur surrounding its face functions as radar, enabling it to probe the condition of its battle opponents. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This Pokemon has excellent judgment. If it decides it can't defeat an opponent, it immediately turns tail and vamooses. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon is far brighter than the average child, and Lillipup won't forget the love it receives, or any abuse it suffers. Herdier. Pokemon White. It loyally follows its trainer's orders. For ages, they have helped trainers raise Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The longer its black fur grows, the harder and more impervious it gets. Claws and fangs can't easily penetrate it. Pokemon Sword. Herdier. So much so that there's a theory that Herdier was the first Pokemon to partner with people. Stoutland. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It rescues people stranded by blizzards in the mountains. Its shaggy fur shields it from the cold. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It pays no mind to the cold thanks to its long warm coat. Stoutland and Alola look a little uncomfortable. Pokemon Shield. Stoutland is immensely proud of its impressive mustache. It's said that mustache length is what determines social standing among this species. Audino. Pokemon White. Its auditory sense is astounding. It It has a radar-like ability to understand its surroundings through slight sounds. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Using the feelers on its ears, it can tell how someone is feeling or when an egg might hatch. Hisuian Zorua. Pokemon Legends Arceus. A once departed soul returned to life in Hisui. Derives power from resentment, which rises as energy atop its head and takes on the forms of foes. In this way, Zorua vents lingering malice. Hisuian Zoroark. Pokemon Legends Arceus. With its disheveled white fur, it looks like an embodiment of death. Heedless of its own safety, Zoroark attacks its nemesis. With a bitter energy so intense, it lacerates Zoroark's own body. Mingino. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. These Pokemon prefer a tidy habitat. They are always sweeping and dusting, using their tails as brooms. Pokemon Ultramoon. When its tail has gotten dirty from self-cleaning or from cleaning its nest, Mingino spends a whole day washing its tail in clean spring water. Pokemon Shield. They pet each other with their tails as a form of greeting. Of the two, the one whose tail is fluffier is a bit more boastful. Senchino. Pokemon Black. Their white fur is coated in a special oil that makes it easy for them to deflect attacks. Pokemon Ultramoon. The oil that seeps from its body is really smooth. For people troubled by bad skin, this oil is an effective treatment. Boofaland. Pokemon Black and White 2. They are known to charge so wildly that if a train were to enter their territory, they would send it flying. Pokemon Shield. These Pokemon live in herds of about 20 individuals. Boofaland that betray the herd will lose the hair on their heads for some reason. Bunnelby. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. It has ears like shovels. Digging holes strengthens its ears so much that they can sever thick roots effortlessly. Pokemon Shield. It's very sensitive to danger. The sound of Corviknight's flapping will have Bunnelby digging a hole to hide underground in moments. Furfrou. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. Trimming its fluffy fur not only makes it more elegant, but also increases the swiftness of its movements. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. Historically, in the Kalos region, these Pokemon were the designated guardians of the king. Young Goose. Pokemon Moon. It wanders around in a never-ending search for food. At dusk, it collapses from exhaustion and falls asleep on the spot. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its stomach takes up most of its long torso. It's a big eater, so the amount trainers have to spend on its food is no laughing matter. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Although it will eat anything, it prefers fresh living things, so it marches down streets in search of prey. Gumshoos. Pokemon Moon. It adores having Rattata and Raticate for dinner, but as it's diurnal, it never encounters them. This Pokemon boasts incredible patience. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Although it wasn't originally found in Alola, this Pokemon was brought over a long time ago when there was a huge Rattata outbreak. Type No. Pokemon Sun. The heavy control mask it wears suppresses its intrinsic capabilities. This Pokemon has some hidden special power. Pokemon Ultra Sun, a Pokemon developed for a specific mission. It went berserk during an experiment, so it was cryogenically frozen. Silvally, Pokemon Moon. Although its name was typed Null at first, the boy who evolved it into this form gave it the name by which it is now known. Pokemon Sword. A solid bond of trust between this Pokemon and its trainer awakened the strength hidden within Silvally. It can change its type at will. Kamala. Pokemon Moon. The log it holds was given to it by its parents at birth. It has also been known to cling to the arm of a friendly trainer. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It remains asleep from birth to death as a result of the sedative properties of the leaves that form its diet. Pokemon Violet. A potent anesthetic can be made by diluting Kamala's drool. This anesthetic was used for surgeries in the past. Squovet. Pokemon Scarlet. It stores berries in its cheeks. When there are no berries to be found, Squovet will stuff pebbles into its cheeks to stave off its cravings. Pokemon Violet. No matter how much it stuffs its belly with food, it is always anxious about getting hungry again, so it stashes berries in its cheeks and tail. Greedent. Pokemon Sword. It stashes berries in its tail, so many berries that they fall out constantly. But this Pokemon is a bit slow-witted, so it doesn't notice the loss. Pokemon Scarlet. If it spots a berry tree, it will immediately go to gather berries without a sideways glance, even if it's in the middle of a battle. Wooloo. Pokemon Sword. Its curly fleece is such an effective cushion that this Pokemon could fall off a cliff and stand right back up at the bottom unharmed. Double. Wool. Pokemon Sword. Weave a carpet from its springy wool, and you end up with something closer to a trampoline. You'll start to bounce the moment you set foot on it. Ursaluna. An Ursaluna Blood Moon. Pokemon Legends Arceus. I believe it was Hisui's swampy terrain that gave Ursaluna its burly physique and newfound capacity to manipulate Pete at will. Lechonk. Pokemon Violet. This Pokemon spurns all but the finest of foods. Its body gives off an herb-like scent that bug Pokemon detest. Oink, 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 oink. Oinkologne. Male. Pokemon Scarlet. Oinkologne is proud of its fine glossy skin. It emits a concentrated scent from the tip of its tail. Oink, 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 oink. Oinkologne Female. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon scents a flower-like scent wafting about. Well-developed muscles in its legs allow it to leap more than 16 feet with no trouble at all. Mousehold. Family of 4. Pokemon Violet. The larger pair protects the little ones during battles. When facing strong opponents, the whole group will join the fight. Mousehold. Family of 3. Pokemon Violet. This little one just appeared one day. They all live together like a family, but the relationship between the three is still unclear. Smoliv. Pokemon Scarlet. It protects itself from enemies by emitting oil from the fruit on its head. This oil is bitter and astringent enough to make someone flinch. Dolliv. Pokemon Violet. It basks in the sun to its heart content, until the fruits on its head ripen. After that, Dolph departs from human settlements and goes on a journey. Our Boliva, Pokemon Scarlet. This calm Pokemon is very compassionate. It will share its delicious, nutrient-rich oil with weakened Pokemon. Veritera, Pokemon Scarlet. Now that the brain waves from the head and tail are synced up, the psychic power of this Pokemon is 10 times stronger than Girafarex. The Dunsparce 2-segment form, Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon uses its hard tail to make its nest by boring holes into bedrock deep underground. The nest can reach lengths of over 6 miles. The Dunsparce 3-segment form, Pokemon Scarlet. The gentle Dunsparce will put Pokemon that wander into its nest onto its back and carry them to the entrance. Pokemon Violet. A recent study uncovered that the number of segments a Dunsparce's body has is determined by the Pokemon's genes. Terrapagos, normal form, Pokemon Scarlet. Terrapagos protects itself using its power to transform energy into hard crystals. This Pokemon is the source of the Terrestrial phenomenon. Terrapagos, terrestrial form, Pokemon Violet. The shell is made of crystallized terrestrial energy. When struck by a move, this shell absorbs the move's energy and transfers it to Terrapagos. Terrapagos, stellar form, Pokemon Scarlet. In this form, Terrapagos resembles the world as the ancients saw it, and its terrestrial energy is abnormally amplified. Charmander, Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Sword. It has a preference for hot things. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. The flame at the tip of its tail makes a sound as it burns. You can only hear it in quiet places. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokemon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Shield. From the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. Its life would end if the flame were to go out. Charmeleon, Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Tough fights could excite this Pokemon. When excited, it may blow out bluish, white flames. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It is very hot-headed by nature, so it constantly seeks opponents. It calms down only when it wins. Pokemon Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. In the Rocky Mountains, where Charmeleon live, their fiery flies around the sky in search of powerful opponents. It breathes fire of such great heat that it melts anything. However, it never turns its fiery breath on any opponent weaker than itself. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It is said that Charizard's fire burns hotter if it has experienced harsh battles. Gigantamax Charizard. Pokemon Shield. The flame inside its body burns hotter than 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. When Charizard roars, that temperature climbs even higher. Mega Charizard, why? Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Its bond with its trainer is the source of its power. It boasts speed and maneuverability greater than that of a jet fighter. Vulpix. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. If it is attacked by an enemy that is stronger than itself, it feigns injury to fool the enemy and escapes. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. At the time of its birth, Vulpix has one white tail. The tail separates into 6 if this Pokemon receives plenty of love from its trainer. The 6 tails become magnificently curled. Pokemon Emerald. It can freely control fire, making fiery orbs fly like will-o'-the-wisps. Just before evolution, its 6 tails grow hot as if on fire. Pokemon Moon. From its mouth spew flames that seem to resemble the spirits of the deceased. Some people mistakenly think this fire is a ghost. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its beautiful tails have made it very popular. However, if it's not brushed diligently, it will be a mass of tangles before you know it. Ninetales. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Shield. Very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of its many tails can result in a 1,000-year curse. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. According to an enduring legend, 9 noble saints were united and reincarnated as this Pokemon. Pokemon Emerald. It has long been said that each of the 9 tails embody an enchanted power. A long-lived Ninetales will have fur that shines like gold. Pokemon Moon. Said to live for 1,000 years, this Pokemon uses its supernatural abilities to manipulate fire. It can burn its prey to a crisp as it pleases. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It is vindictive and relentless by nature. Those who cross it even once will be cursed for 1,000 years, along with their descendants. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The flickering flames it spews from its mouth leave its opponents hypnotized. Then, this extremely intelligent Pokemon attacks. Growlithe, Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Shield. Extremely loyal, it will fearlessly bark at any opponent to protect its own trainer from harm. Pokemon Crystal, it controls a big territory. If it detects an unknown smell, it roars loudly to force out the intruder. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Growlithe has a superb sense of smell. Once it smells anything, this Pokemon won't forget the scent, no matter what. It uses its advanced olfactory sense to determine the emotions of other living things. Pokemon Ultra Sun. While it's quite friendly towards humans once it's grown used to them, in the wild it must be quite fierce to defend its territory from Rockruff. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It has lived alongside humans since ages ago. Its bones have been found in excavations of ruins from the Stone Age. Hisuian Growlithe. Pokemon Legends Arceus. These Pokemon live in packs in the snowy mountains and defend themselves with icy breath. I suspect this species changed its form to adapt to the frigid climate. Arcanine. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Shield. A Pokemon that has been admired since the past for its beauty. It runs agilely as if on wings. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. A legendary Pokemon in China. Many people are charmed by its grace and beauty while running. Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. Its magnificent bark conveys a sense of majesty. Anyone hearing it can't help but grovel before it. Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon Sword. The sight of it running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night has captivated many people. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Legends tell of its fighting alongside a general and conquering a whole country. Hisuian Arcanine. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Dwells on sacred peaks perpetually covered in snow, said to appear to virtuous people who have lost their way on mountain paths. It then guides them back down to the mountain's base. Bonita. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. Its hooves are 10 times harder than diamond. It can trample anything completely flat in little time. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. About an hour after birth, Bonita's fiery mane and tail grew out, giving the Pokemon an impressive appearance. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. Its legs grow strong while it chases after its parents. It runs all day in fields and on mountains. Pokemon Shield. If you've been accepted by a Bonita, its burning mane is mysteriously no longer hot to the touch. Rapidash. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Very moves fast in the hopes of racing it. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Rapidash usually can be seen casually cantering in the fields and plains. However, when this Pokemon turns serious, its fiery manes flare and blaze as it gallops its way up to 150 miles per hour. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White 2. When at an all-out gallop, its blazing mane sparkles, enhancing its beautiful appearance. Pokemon Legends Arceus, fiery mane aglow. Rapidash darts like an arrow across the land. This prodigiously swift creature can traverse the vast region of Hisui in a day and a half. Magmar. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. Its body always burns with an orange glow that enables it to hide perfectly among flames. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It dislikes cold places, so it blows scorching flames to make the environment suitable for itself. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. The fiery surface of its body gives off a wavering, rippling glare that is similar to the sun. Pokemon Sun. When it's tired, it leaps into the mouth of a volcano and soaks its body in magma to ease its weariness. Its body burns at 2,192 degrees Fahrenheit. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The hotter the place, the better they feel. Magmar and Alola are said to be hardier than those in other areas. Pokemon Sword. Magmar dispatches its prey with fire, but it regrets this habit once it realizes that it has burned its intended prey to a charred crisp. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Legend has it that this Pokemon was born from the crater of a volcano. When wounded, it bathes in lava to heal its body, much as one would soak in a hot spring. Flareon. Pokemon Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. It has a flame chamber inside its body. It inhales, then blows out fire that is over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Alpha Sapphire, and Omega Ruby. Flareon's fluffy fur has a functional purpose. It releases heat into the air so that its body does not get excessively hot. This Pokemon's body temperature can rise to a maximum of 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. Pokemon Sun. When it catches prey or finds berries, it breathes fire on them until they're well done, and then it gobbles them up. Moltres. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. This legendary bird Pokemon is said to bring early spring to the wintry lands it visits. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Moltres is a legendary bird Pokemon that has the ability to control fire. If this Pokemon is injured, It is said to dip its body in the molten magma of a volcano to burn and heal itself. Pokemon Shield. There are stories of this Pokemon using its radiant, flame-cloaked wings to light up paths for those lost in the mountains. Cyndaquil, 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 Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. It is timid and always curls itself up in a ball. If attacked, it flares up its back for protection. Pokemon Crystal. The fire that spouts from its back burns hottest when it is angry. The flaring flames intimidate foes. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Cyndaquil protects itself by flaring up the flames on its back. The flames are vigorous if the Pokemon is angry. However, if it is tired, the flames splutter fitfully with incomplete combustion. Quilava. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon X. Before battle, it turns its back on its opponents to demonstrate how ferociously its fire blazes. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Quilava keeps its foes at bay with the intensity of its flames and gusts of superheated air. This Pokemon applies its outstanding nimbleness to dodge attacks even while scorching the foe with flames. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This creature's fur is most mysterious. It is wholly impervious to the burning touch of flame. Should Quilava turn its back to you, take heed. Such a posture indicates a forthcoming attack. Typhlosion. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. If its rage peaks, it becomes so hot that anything that touches it will instantly go up in flames. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It has a secret, devastating move. It rubs its blazing fur together to cause huge explosions. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It attacks using blasts of fire. It creates heat shimmers with intense fire to hide itself. Slugma. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Heart Gold. It never sleeps. It has to keep moving because if it stopped, its magma body would cool and harden. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Molten magma courses throughout Slugma's circulatory system. If this Pokemon is chilled, the magma cools and hardens. Its body turns brittle and chunks fall off, reducing its size. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Slugma does not have any blood in its body. Instead, intensely hot magma circulates throughout this Pokemon's body, carrying essential nutrients and oxygen to its organs. Magcargo. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Magcargo's shell is actually its skin that hardened as a result of cooling. Its shell is very brittle and fragile. Just touching it causes it to crumble apart. This Pokemon returns to its original size by dipping itself in magma. Pokemon Emerald. The shell on its back is made of hardened magma. Tens of thousands of years spent living in volcanic craters have turned Macargo's bodies into magma. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its body temperature is roughly 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Flames burst from gaps in its shell made of hardened magma. Magby. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Heart Gold. Each and every time it inhales and exhales, hot embers dribble out of its mouth and nostrils. Pokemon Crystal. It naturally spits a 1,100-degree flame. It is said when many appear, it heralds a volcanic eruption. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Magby's state of health is determined by observing the fire it breathes. If the Pokemon is spouting yellow flames from its mouth, it is in good health. When it is fatigued, black smoke will be mixed in with the flames. Pokemon Moon. A famous potter lives with a Magby. Apparently, its soft flames produce fine works. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When flames drip from its nose, that means it has a cold. Have it lie down for a nice rest in some magma. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon makes its home near volcanoes. At the end of the day, Magby soaks in magma, resting and recovering from the day's fatigue. Entei. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. Volcanoes erupt when it barks. Unable to restrain its extreme power, it races headlong around the land. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. A Pokemon that races across the land. It is said that one is born every time a new volcano appears. Oh, 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 oh. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Pokemon Soul Silver. A legend says that its body glows in 7 colors. A rainbow is said to form behind it when it flies. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Y. It will reveal itself before a pure-hearted trainer by shining its bright rainbow-colored wings. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its feathers are in 7 colors. It is said that anyone seeing it is promised eternal happiness. Torchic, Torchic. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Torchic sticks with its trainer, following behind with unsteady steps. This Pokemon breathes fire of over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, including fireballs that leave the foe scorched black. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Torchic has a place inside its body where it keeps its flames. Give it a glowing with warmth. This Pokemon is covered all over by a fluffy coat of down. Pokemon Emerald. If attacked, it strikes back by spitting balls of fire it forms in its stomach. A Torchic dislikes darkness because it can't see its surroundings. Combusken, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Combusken toughens up its legs and thighs by running through fields and mountains. This Pokemon's leg possess both speed and power, enabling it to dole out 10 kicks in 1 second. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Leaf Green. It boosts its concentration by emitting harsh cries. Its kicks have outstanding destructive power. Pokemon Emerald. It lashes out with 10 kicks per second. Its strong fighting instinct compels it to keep up its offensive until the opponent gives up. Blaziken and Mega Blaziken. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Blaziken has incredibly strong legs. It can easily clear a 30-story building in one leap. This Pokemon's blazing punches leave its foes scorched and blackened. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. When facing a tough foe, it loses flames from its wrists. Its powerful legs let it jump clear over buildings. Pokemon Emerald. It learns martial arts that use punches and kicks. Every several years, its old feathers burn off and new, supple feathers grow back in their place. Numel, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Numel is extremely dull-witted. It doesn't notice being hit. However, it can't stand hunger for even a second. This Pokemon's body is a seething cauldron of boiling magma. Pokemon Emerald. A Numel stores boiling magma in the hump on its back. It is a hardy Pokemon that can transport a 220-pound load. It has served humans at work since long ago. Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon Y. The magma in its body reaches 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. Its hump gets smaller when it uses fire-type moves. Camerupt and Mega Camerupt. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. The humps on Camerupt's back are formed by a transformation of its bones. They sometimes blast out molten magma. This Pokemon apparently erupts often when it is enraged. Pokemon Emerald. A Pokemon that lives in the crater of a volcano. Every 10 years, the volcanoes on its back erupt violently. Research is underway on the cause of eruption. Pokemon Heart Gold and Pokemon Soul Silver. It lives in the crater of a volcano. It is well known that the humps on its back erupt every 10 years. Torkoal. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Torkoal digs through mountains in search of coal. If it finds some, it fills hollow spaces on its shell with a coal and burns it. If it is attacked, This Pokemon spouts thick black smoke to beat a retreat. Pokemon Emerald. It battles using energy it gets from burning coal. When losing smoke from its nostrils, it lets off a sound that is similar to a locomotive's horn. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Shield. You find abandoned coal mines full of them. They dig tirelessly in search of coal. Pokemon Moon. If the fire burning within its shell goes out, it will die. Those who wish to raise one in their home must always keep something flammable at hand. Gast form, sunny form, Pokemon Ultra Sun. This is the form Gas Form takes on bright days. In an experiment where Gas Form was placed in front of a heater, it didn't change to this form. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Gas Form changes to this form when it basks in bright sunlight. When you touch its glowing skin, it feels all dried out. Groudon. Primal Groudon. Pokemon Ruby. Groudon has long been described in mythology as the Pokemon that raised lands and expanded continents. This Pokemon took to sleep after a cataclysmic battle with Kyogre. Pokemon Sapphire. Groudon has the power to scatter rain clouds and make water evaporate with light and heat. It came as a savior to people who had been suffering from terrible floods. Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Through primal reversion and with nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It can cause magma to erupt and expand the landmass of the world. Chimchar. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its fiery rear end is fueled by gas made in its belly. Even rain can't extinguish the fire. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White too. It is very agile. Before going to sleep, it extinguishes the flame on its tail to prevent fires. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Full of vigor and always in high spirits, it was once known by the name Lantern-Tail and feared as some kind of apparition. Monferno. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It uses ceilings and walls to launch aerial attacks. Its fiery tail is but one weapon. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It skillfully controls the intensity of fire on its tail to keep its foes at an ideal distance. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. A bigger fire on its tail and a brighter blue pattern on its face means its rank in its pack is higher. Infernape. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. It uses a special kind of martial arts involving all its limbs. Its fire never goes out. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Shining Pearl Its crown of fire is indicative of its fiery nature. It is beaten by none in terms of quickness. Pokemon Legends Arceus, a tall, hardy Pokemon with a dazzling appearance. It shrouds itself in flame and battles as if engaged in dance. Truly a sight to behold. Mag, Mortar, Pokemon Platinum, and Pokemon Black and White. When launching 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit fireballs, its body takes on a whitish hue from the intense heat. Pokemon Sun. They dwell in volcanic craters. According to what is known, a single pair of male and female Magmortar lives in one volcano. Pokemon Ultra Sun. There are still quite a few factories that rely on the flames provided by Magmortar to process metals. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Magmortar takes down its enemies by shooting fireballs, which burn them to a blackened crisp. It avoids this method when hunting prey. Pokemon Shield. Living on the crater of a volcano has caused this Pokemon's body to resemble its environment. It has an organ similar to a magma chamber. Rotom Heat. Pokemon Sword. This Rotom has possessed a convection microwave oven that uses a special motor. It also has a flair for manipulating flames. Pokemon Shield. This form of Rotom enjoys making mischief by turning up the heat. It will gleefully burn your favorite outfit. Pokemon Legends Arceus. A form in which Rotom lurks within a strange cauldron. The cauldron's origin is unknown. A bothersome Pokemon causing trouble with the flames it spits. Tepic. Pokemon White. It blows fire through its nose. When it catches a cold, the fire becomes pitch black smoke instead. Pokemon Black and White too, and Alpha Sapphire. It loves to eat roasted berries, but sometimes it gets too excited and burns them into a crisp. Big Night. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When its internal fire flares up, its movements grow sharper and faster. When in trouble, it emits smoke. Pokemon White. Whatever it eats becomes fuel for the flame in its stomach. When it is angered, the intensity of the flame increases. Ember. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. It can throw a fire punch by setting its fists on fire with its fiery chin. It cares deeply about its friends. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. It has mastered fast and powerful fighting moves. It grows a beard of fire. Pansear. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Very intelligent. It roasts berries before eating them. It likes to help people. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Sapphire. This Pokemon lives in caves and volcanoes. The fire within the tuft on its head can reach 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Simisear, Pokemon Black. It loves sweets because they become energy for the fire burning inside its body. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. A flame burns inside its body. It scatters embers from its head and tail to sear its opponents. Darumaka, Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Darumaka's droppings are hot, so people used to put them in their clothes to keep themselves warm. Pokemon Sword. It derives its power from fire burning inside its body. If the fire dwindles, this Pokemon will immediately fall asleep. Pokemon Shield. This popular symbol of good fortune will never fall over in its sleep, no matter how it's pushed or pulled. Darmanitan. Standard Mode. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon's power level rises along with the temperature of its fire, which can reach 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Heat more. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Using their very hot, flame-covered tongues, they burn through Durant's steel bodies and consume their insides. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It draws in air through its tail, transforms it into fire, and uses it like a tongue. It melts Durant and eats them. Pokemon Sword. There's a hole in its tail that allows it to draw in the air it needs to keep its fire burning. If the hole gets blocked, this Pokemon will fall ill. Reshiram, Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When Reshiram's tail flares, the heat energy moves the atmosphere and changes the world's weather. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. This legendary Pokemon can scorch the world with fire. It helps those who want to build a world of truth. Pokemon Shield. According to myth, if people ignore truth and let themselves become consumed by greed, Reshiram will arrive to burn their kingdoms down. Fennekin, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Eating a twig fills it with energy, and its roomy ears give vent to air hotter than 390 degrees Fahrenheit. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. As it walks, it munches on a twig in place of a snack. It intimidates opponents by puffing hot air out of its ears. Breaks in. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It has a twig stuck in its tail. With friction from its tail fur, it sets the twig on fire and launches into battle. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. When the twig is plucked from its tail, friction sets the twig alight. The flame is used to send signals to its allies. Fletchender, Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. The hotter the flame sack on its belly, the faster it can fly, but it starts fighting, its short mane gets hot. Pyroar. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The males are usually lazy, but when attacked by a strong foe, a male will protect its friends with no regard for its own safety. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The temperature of its breath is over 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but Pyroar doesn't use it on its prey. This Pokemon prefers to eat raw meat. Volcanion. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It lets out billows of steam and disappears into the dense fog. It's said to live in mountains where humans do not tread. Litten. Pokemon Sun. While grooming itself, it builds up fur inside its stomach. It sets the fur alight and spews fiery attacks, which change based on how it coughs. Pokemon Ultra Sun. If you try too hard to get close to it, it won't open up to you. Even if you do grow close, giving it too much affection is still a no-no. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its coat regrows twice a year. When the time comes, Litten sets its own body on fire and burns away the old fur. Torracat. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When its mane is standing on end, you can tell it's feeling good. When it isn't feeling well, its fur will lie down flat. Pokemon Sword. In the midst of battle, the fire pouch on Torracat's neck rings like a bell and produces stronger flames than usual. Oricorio. Baile style. Pokemon Moon. This Oricorio has sipped red nectar. Its passionate dance moves cause its enemies to combust in both body and mind. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It wins the hearts of its enemies with its passionate dancing, and then uses the opening it creates to burn them up with blazing flames. Salandit. Pokemon Moon. Volcanoes or dry, craggy places are its home. It emanates a sweet-smelling poisonous gas that attracts bug Pokemon, then attacks them. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The males will do whatever the females tell them. They give the females most of their food. Due to malnutrition, the males can't evolve. Pokemon Sword. Its venomous sacs produce a fluid that this Pokemon then heats up with the flame in its tail. This process creates Salandit's poisonous gas. Salazzle. Pokemon Sun. For some reason, only females have been found. It creates a reverse harem of male Salandit that it lives with. Pokemon Moon. Filled with pheromones, its poisonous gas can be diluted to use in the production of luscious perfumes. Pokemon Shield. The winner of competitions between Salazzle is decided by which one has the most male Salandit with it. Turtonator. Pokemon Sun. The shell on its back is chemically unstable and explodes violently if struck. The hole in its stomach is its weak point. Pokemon Shield. Eating sulfur in its volcanic habitat is what causes explosive compounds to develop in its shell. Its droppings are also dangerously explosive. Score Bunny, Pokemon Sword. A warm-up of running around gets fire energy coursing through this Pokemon's body. Once that happens, it's ready to fight at full power. Pokemon Shield. It has special pads on the back of its feet and one on its nose. Once it's raring to fight, these pads radiate tremendous heat. Reboot. Pokemon Shield. It kicks berries right off the branches of trees and then juggles them with its feet, practicing its footwork. Cinderace. Pokemon Sword. It juggles a pebble with its feet, turning into a burning soccer ball. Its shots strike opponents hard and leave them scorched. Pokemon Shield. It's skilled at both offense and defense, and it gets pumped up when cheered on. But if it starts showboating, it could put itself in a tough spot. Carkle, 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 Carkle. Pokemon Shield. By rapidly rolling its legs, it can travel at over 18 miles per hour. The temperature of the flames it breathes exceeds 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Colossal. Pokemon Sword. It's usually peaceful, but the vandalism of mines enrages it. Offenders will be incinerated with flames that reach 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit. Squirtle, 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 Squirtle. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell, powerfully sprays foam from its mouth. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Squirtle's shell is not merely used for protection. The shell's rounded shape and the grooves on its surface help minimize resistance in water, enabling this Pokemon to swim at high speeds. War Turtle. Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. When tapped, this Pokemon will pull in its head, but its tail will still stick out a little bit. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Its tail is large and covered with a rich, thick fur. The tail becomes increasingly deeper in color as Wartortle ages. The scratches on its shell are evidence of this Pokemon's toughness as a battler. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It is said to live 10,000 years. Its furry tail is popular as a symbol of longevity. Blastoise. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. A brutal Pokemon with pressurized water jets on its shell. They are used for high-speed tackles. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Sword. It crushes its foe under its heavy body to cause fainting. In a pinch, it will withdraw inside its shell. Mega Blastoise. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go uses a mysterious power. When it does so, this Pokemon generates brainwaves that are supposedly only seen in sleepers. This discovery spurred controversy among scholars. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon is troubled by constant headaches. The more pain it's in, the more powerful its psychokinesis becomes. Golduck. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. Often seen swimming elegantly by lake shores, it is often mistaken for the Japanese monster, Kappa. Pokemon Shield. Old tales tell of Golduck punishing those that defiled its river. The guilty were dragged into the water and taken away. Poliwag. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. The direction of its belly spiral differs by area. The equator is thought to have an effect on this. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Poliwag has a very thin skin. It is possible to see the Pokemon's spiral innards right through the skin. Despite its thinness, however, the skin is also very flexible. Even sharp fangs bounce right off it. Pokemon Moon. It's still not very good at walking. Its trainers should train this Pokemon to walk every day. Poliwhirl. Poliwhirl. Pokemon Moon. It marches over the land in search of bug Pokemon to eat. Then it takes them underwater so it can dine on them where it's safe. Pokemon Sword. Staring at the swirl on its belly causes drowsiness. This trait of Poliwhirls has been used in place of lullabies to get children to go to sleep. Poliwrath. Pokemon Moon. Its percentage of body fat is nearly 0. Its body is entirely muscle, which makes it heavy and forces its swimming prowess to develop. Pokemon Shield. Poliwrath is skilled at both swimming and martial arts. It uses its well-trained arms to dish out powerful punches. Tentacool. Tentacool. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. It can sometimes be found all dry and shriveled up on a beach. Toss it back into the sea to revive it. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Tentacool absorbs sunlight and refracts it using water inside its body to convert it into beam energy. This Pokemon shoots beams from its crystal-like eyes. Pokemon Ultramoon. Its body is 99% water. The remaining 1% contains the organ that makes its poison. Tentacruel. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Tentacruel has large red orbs on its head. The orbs glow before lashing the vicinity with a harsh ultrasonic blast. This Pokemon's outburst creates rough waves around it. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Tentacruel has tentacles that can be freely elongated and shortened at will. It ensnares prey with its tentacles and weakens the prey by dosing it with a harsh toxin. It can catch up to 80 prey at the same time. Seal. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. A Pokemon that lives on icebergs. It swims in the sea using the points on its head to break up ice. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It has always been supposed that seal live only in cold seas. Their having shown up in Alola is a mystery. Shelter. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Sword. It swims facing backwards by opening and closing its two-piece shell. It is surprisingly fast. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire at night. This Pokemon uses its broad tongue to burrow a hole in the seafloor sand and then sleep in it. While it is sleeping, Shelter closes its shell but leaves the tongue hanging out. Grabby. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Shield. If it senses danger approaching, it cloaks itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. Pokemon Silver, Leaf Green, and Soul Silver. The pincers break off easily. If it loses a pincer, it somehow becomes incapable of walking sideways. Pokemon Crystal. If it is unable to find food, it will absorb nutrients by swallowing a mouthful of sand. Kingler. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. One claw grew massively and as hard as steel. It has 10,000 HP strength. However, it is too heavy. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Kingler has an enormous, oversized claw. It waves this huge claw in the air to communicate with others. However, because the claw is so heavy, the Pokemon quickly tires. Horsey. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Known to shoot down flying bugs with precision blasts of ink from the surface of the water. Pokemon Crystal. When they're in a safe location, they can be seen playfully tangling their tails together. Seadra. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Seadra sleeps after wriggling itself between the branches of coral. Those trying to harvest coral are occasionally stung by this Pokemon's poison barbs if they fail to notice it. Pokemon Emerald. The poisonous barbs all over its body are highly valued as ingredients for making traditional herbal medicine. It shows no mercy to anything approaching its nest. Pokemon Sword. It's the males that raise the offspring, while Seadra are raising young. The spines on their backs secrete thicker and stronger poison. Goldeen. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. Its tail fin billows like an elegant ballroom dress, giving it the nickname of the Water Queen. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Goldeen loves swimming wild and free in rivers and ponds. If one of these Pokemon is placed in an aquarium, it will shatter even the thickest glass with one ram of its horn and make its escape. Pokemon Sun. When the weather grows warm, they form groups and swim upriver. This sight serves as a poetic reminder that spring has arrived. Sea King. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby in the autumn. Sea King males can be seen performing courtship dances riverbeds to woo females during this season. This Pokemon's body coloration is at its most beautiful. Pokemon Emerald. It punches holes in boulders on stream beds. This is a clever innovation that prevents its eggs from being attacked or washed away by the current. Pokemon Sun. When the weather grows cold, its whole body flushes a deep red. This sight serves as a poetic reminder that autumn has arrived. Staryu. At night, the center of its body slowly flickers with the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Staryu's center section has an organ called the core that shines bright red. If you go to a beach toward the end of summer, the glowing cores of these Pokemon look like the stars in the sky. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon gets nibbled by Lumineon and others. Thanks to its red core, it regenerates fast, so it's unconcerned by their snack attacks. Pokemon Ultra Sun. In many places, there are folktales of Stardust falling into the ocean and becoming Staryu. Tauros. Aqua breed. Pokemon Violet. It swims by jetting water from its horns. The most notable characteristic of the Aqua breed is its high body fat, which allows it to float easily. Magikarp. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Violet. In the distant past, it was somewhat stronger than the horribly weak descendants that exist today. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Sword. It is virtually worthless in terms of both power and speed. It is the most weak and pathetic Pokemon in the world. Pokemon Moon. Its reckless leaps make it easy pickings for predators. On the bright side, many Pokemon enjoy longer lifespans thanks to Magikarp. Gyarados, Pokemon Ruby, and Omega Ruby. When Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, its brain cells undergo a structural transformation. It is said that this transformation is to blame for this Pokemon's wildly violent nature. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It fires hyper beams in all directions, burning the surrounding area to ash. There are some regions where it's called the Deity of Destruction. Pokemon Legends Arceus. I suspect this Pokemon to be the true identity of a dragon written of in ancient texts, which claimed that it raised an entire village with white-hot beams from its maw. Vaporeon. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Scarlet. Lives close to water. Its long tail is ridged with a fin, which is often mistaken for a mermaid's. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Tests show that its cell closely resembles water molecules, which perhaps explains its ability to conceal its form while submerged. I believe the origins of mermaid folklore lie with this Pokemon. Ammonite. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Ammonite lived in the seas of antiquity. Its fossils have been found burying bite marks from Archeops, so apparently Archeops preyed on it. Pokemon Sword. Because some Ammonite managed to escape after being restored or released into the wild by people, this species is becoming a problem. Omastar. Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. A prehistoric Pokemon that died out when its heavy shell made it impossible to catch prey. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. Apparently, shell with its sharp fangs and sucked out the insides. Kabuto. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Kabuto is a Pokemon that has been regenerated from a fossil. However, in extremely rare cases, living examples have been discovered. The Pokemon has not changed at all for 300 million years. Kabutops. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Kabutops swam underwater to hunt for its prey in ancient times. The Pokemon was apparently evolving from being a water dweller to living on land, as evident from the beginnings of change in its gills and legs. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its body had begun to change so it could function on land, but it didn't adapt in time and went extinct. Totodile. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. Its well-developed jaws are powerful and capable of crushing anything. Even its trainer must be careful. Pokemon Crystal. This rough critter jumps at any moving object it sees. Turning your back on it is not recommended. Croconaw. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. If it loses a fang, a new one grows back in its place. There are always 48 fangs lining its mouth. Pokemon Emerald. Once its jaws clamp down on its foe, it will absolutely not let go, because the tips of its fangs are forked back like fish hooks. They become irremovably embedded. Feraligatr. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. When it bites with its massive and powerful jaws, it shakes its head and savagely tears its victim up. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. It is hard for it to support its own weight out of water, so it gets down on all fours, but it moves fast. Jinjiao. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Jinjiao lets loose positive and negative electrical charges from its two antennas to make its prey faint. This Pokemon flashes its electrical lights to exchange signals with others. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its two antennae glow softly to lure in prey, making it a useful Pokemon for night fishing. Lantern. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Pokemon Y. It blinds its prey with an intense burst of light, then swallows the immobilized prey in a single gulp. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Lantern is nicknamed the Deep Sea Star for its illuminated antenna. This Pokemon produces light by causing a chemical reaction between bacteria and its bodily fluids inside the antenna. Pokemon Sun. Should you peer into the ocean at night and see a light shining like the stars, that is Lantern. Politoed. Pokemon Moon. It's the leader of Poliwag and Poliwhirl. When Politoed roars, they all cower in fear. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Although its cries sound like screams, a composer created a beautiful ballad that was influenced by the sounds. Quillfish. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart 6 gallons of water all at once. Pokemon Violet. Experienced fishers say they try to catch quillfish in the brief moment that these Pokemon become defenseless just after launching poisonous spikes. Corsola. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. In a South Sea nation, the people live in communities that are built in groups of these Pokemon. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Corsola's branches glitter very beautifully in 7 colors when they catch sunlight. If any branch breaks off, this Pokemon grows it back in just one night. Pokemon Sword. It will regrow any branches that break off its head. People keep particularly beautiful Corsola branches as charms to promote safe childbirth. Remoraid. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This Pokemon clings to Mantine and shares in its prosperity. When its Mantine is attacked, Remoraid will fight alongside it. Pokemon Ultra Moon, also known as the Sniper of the Seas. Its water gun can hit prey without fail from over 300 feet away. Octillery. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. It instinctively sneaks into rocky holes. If it gets sleepy, it steals the nest of a fellow Octillery. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It usually sleeps in caves. The pitch black ink that Octillery spits is also used for cooking. Pokemon Legends Arceus. While Octillery still shoots water from its mouth, the drastic anatomical difference between it and Remoraid meant that for a long time, no one believed the former evolved from the latter. Mantine. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. On sunny days, schools of Mantine can be seen elegantly leaping over the sea waves. This Pokemon is not bothered by the Remoraid that hitches rides. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Many people have taken up surfing because they admire how magnificently Mantine swims. Kingdra. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Kingdra lives at extreme ocean depths that are otherwise uninhabited. It has long been believed that the yawning of this Pokemon creates spiraling ocean currents. Pokemon Sword. With the arrival of a storm at sea, this Pokemon will show itself on the surface. When a Kingdra and a Dragonite meet, a fierce battle ensues. Pokemon Shield. Scales shed by this Pokemon have such a splendorous gleam to them that they've been given to royalty as gifts. Suicune. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. Said to be the reincarnation of North Winds, it can instantly purify filthy, murky water. Pokemon Crystal. This divine Pokemon blows around the world, always in search of a pure reservoir. Mudkip. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. The fin on Mudkip's head acts as highly sensitive radar, using this fin to sense movements of water and air. This Pokemon can determine what is taking place around it without using its eyes. Pokemon Emerald. On land, it can powerfully lift large boulders by planting its 4 feet and heaving. It sleeps by burying itself soil at the water's edge. Wingull, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Wingull has the habit of carrying prey and valuables in its beak and hiding them in all sorts of locations. This Pokemon rides the winds and flies as if it were skating across the sky. Pokemon Moon. Fishermen keep an eye out for Wingull in the sky, because wherever they're circling, the ocean is sure to be teeming with fish Pokemon. Pelipper, Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. It acts as a delivery service by carrying small Pokemon in its bill. It bobs on the waves to rest. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Y. It is a messenger of the skies, carrying small Pokemon and eggs to safety in its bill. Whalmer. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Whalmer can store water inside its body to transform itself into a ball for bouncing around on the ground. By filling itself up with more water, this Pokemon can elevate the height of its bounces. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Due to their memories of when they once lived on land, pods of them will, very rarely, wash up on shore. Wailord, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Wailord is the largest of all identified Pokemon up to now. This giant Pokemon swims languorously in the vast, open sea, eating massive amounts of food at once with its enormous mouth. Pokemon Moon. Its immense size is the reason for its popularity. Wailord watching is a favorite sightseeing activity in various parts of the world. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When a small Whalmer is attacked by Sharpedo or Delmise, its whole pod works together to protect it. Gorefish. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Individuals that have been set free by trainers who could no longer raise them have become common, and they can now be found in Alola. Feebas. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, and Shining Pearl. It eats anything, so it can even live in polluted streams and lakes. No one pays any attention to it. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They look ragged so no one catches them. They look like they taste bad so predators won't eat them, and their numbers continue to grow. Milotic. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Milotic live at the bottom of large lakes. When this Pokemon's body glows a vivid pink, it releases a pulsing wave of energy that brings soothing calm to troubled hearts. Pokemon Ultra Sun. While Milotic is said to be the most beautiful Pokemon, trainers who like Feebas and have raised it are seemingly disappointed by Milotic. Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Sword. Milotic has provided inspiration to many artists. It has even been referred to as the most beautiful Pokemon of all. Cast Form, Rainy Form, Pokemon Sun. This is the form Cast Form takes when soaked with rain. When its body is compressed, water will seep out as if from a sponge. Glam Pearl, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It makes a single pearl during its lifetime. The pearl is said to amplify psychic power. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Despite its appearance, it's carnivorous. It clamps down on its prey with both sides of its shell and doesn't let go until they stop moving. Hunt Tail, Pokemon Emerald. To withstand the crushing pressure of water deep under the sea, its spine is very thick and sturdy. Its tail, which is shaped like a small fish, has eyes that light up. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Deep seas are their habitat. According to tradition, when Huntail wash up on shore, something unfortunate will happen. Gorbis. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Although Gorbis is the very picture of elegance and beauty while swimming, it is also cruel. When it spots prey, this Pokemon inserts its thin mouth into the prey's body and drains the prey of its body fluids. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The color of its body changes with the water temperature. The coloration of Gorbis and Alola is almost blindingly vivid. Relicanth, Pokemon Moon. It was fortuitously discovered during a deep-sea expedition. Its teeth have atrophied, so it now survives on microscopic organisms it sucks up. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The reason it hasn't changed at all in 100 million years is that it's apparently already a perfect life form. Love Disc. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Love Disc's heart-shaped body is a symbol of love and romance. It is said that any couple meeting this Pokemon is promised a loving relationship that never ends. Pokemon Sun. If a love disc is left on its own, it becomes despondent, leaving itself open to attack. That is when Pelipper snatch them up. Pokemon Moon. Loving couples have a soft spot for this Pokemon, so honeymoon hotels often release this Pokemon into their pools. Kyogre and Primal Kyogre. Pokemon Sapphire. Kyogre is named in mythology as the Pokemon that expanded the sea by covering the land with torrential rains and towering tidal waves. It took to sleep after a cataclysmic battle with Groudon. Pokemon Omega Ruby. Through primal reversion and with nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It can summon storms that cause the sea levels to rise. Piplup, 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 Piplup. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It doesn't like to be taken care of. It's difficult to bond with since it won't listen to its trainer. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Prefers cold climes and appears along coasts. It's an adorable little thing, as cute as any child. But it's also prideful, unwilling to accept handouts from people. Bryn Blup, Pokemon Legends Arceus. It swims gracefully through the frigid sea and sings with a voice like the roaring tide. It has powerful, sturdy wings and dignity to match. Bibarel, Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. A river dammed by Bibarel will never overflow its banks, which is appreciated by people nearby. Weasel, Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Scarlet. It spins its two tails like a screw to propel itself through water. The tails also slice clinging seaweed. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It inflates the flotation sac around its neck and pokes its head out of the water to see what is going on. Float Soul, Pokemon Violet. It is a common sight around fishing ports. It is known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught. Shallows, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Found in abundance on seashores bordering warm waters, shallows are unexpectedly friendly and will crawl toward any person they see. Take care not to get coated in mucus. Shallows, West Sea Form, Pokemon Ultra Moon. When it senses danger, a purple liquid oozes out of it. The liquid is thought to be something like greasy sweat. Shallows, East Sea Form, Pokemon Sun. Shallows live in the sea and feast on plankton. The lovelier the ocean where Shallows resides, the more vibrant its color becomes. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Scientists interested in its great regenerative capabilities are currently analyzing the materials from which its cells are made. Finneon, Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. The way its two tail fins flutter while it swims has earned it the nickname Beautify of the Sea. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When night falls, their pink patterns begin to shine. They're popular with divers, so there are resorts that feed them to keep them close. Lumineon, Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Violet. Lumineons swimming in the darkness of the deep sea look like stars shining in the night sky. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Deep down at the bottom of the ocean, prey is scarce. Lumineon get into fierce disputes with Lantern over food. Mantike, Pokemon Platinum and Black and White. People organize tours to see this Pokemon frolic and skim the tops of waves with Remoraid. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Mantike are friendly toward people and will approach boats closely. The patterns on their backs differ depending on their habitat. Wash, Rotom, Pokemon Violet. The model of washing machine that Rotom can inspirit has been discontinued, so these appliances are now traded at high prices. Palkia, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. It has the ability to distort space. It is described as a deity in Sinnoh mythology. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its total control over the boundaries of space enable it to transport itself to faraway places or even other dimensions. Palkia, Origin Form. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This Pokemon is feared as a deity in Hisuian legend. The birth of Palkia was what caused the walls of our world to disappear, creating a sky that spans for infinity. Fione, Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It drifts in warm seas. It always returns to where it was born, no matter how far it may have drifted. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. When the water warms, they inflate the flotation sac on their heads and drift languidly on the sea in packs. Manaphy, Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It is born with a wondrous power that lets it bond with any kind of Pokemon. scalchop on its stomach isn't just used for battle. It can be used to break open hard berries as well. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This Pokemon from the Unova region uses the shell on its belly as a weapon to cut down its foes. Thus, I conferred upon this shell the name Scalchop. Do what? Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Strict training is how it learns its flowing double Scalchop technique. Pokemon White. Scalchop techniques differ from one duot to another. It never neglects maintaining its Scalchops. Samurott. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. One swing of the sword incorporated in its armor can fell an opponent. A simple glare from one of them quiets everybody. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. In the time it takes a foe to blink, it can draw and sheath the scimitars attached to its front legs. Panpour, Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The water stored inside the tuft on its head is full of nutrients. Plants that receive its water grow large. Simipour. Pokemon Black, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The tuft on its head holds water. When the level runs low, it replenishes the tuft by siphoning up water with its tail. Dimple, Pokemon Sword. Graceful ripples running across the water's surface are a sure sign that Dimple are singing in high-pitched voices below. Basculin, Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Red and blue striped Basculin are very violent and always fighting. They are also remarkably tasty. Basculin, red striped form. Ultramoon. When a school of Basculin appears in a lake, everything else disappears except for crawfish and crawdad. That's how violent Basculin are. Pokemon Shield. In the past, it often appeared on the dinner table. The meat of red-striped Basculin is on the fatty side, and it's more popular with the youth. Basculin, blue-striped form. Some people call it the thug of the lake. Whether the differences in color are meaningful is not yet known. Pokemon Sword. Blue-striped Basculin used to be a common food source. They apparently have an inoffensive, light flavor. Basculin white-striped form. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Though it differs from other Basculin in several respects, including demeanor, this one is gentle. I have categorized it as a regional form given the vast array of shared qualities. Turtoga, Pokemon Shield. Turtoga is considered to be the ancestor of many turtle Pokemon. It was restored to life from a fossil. Caracosta, active both on land and in the sea. This Pokemon drags its land-based prey into the water to finish it off. Pokemon Sword. Caracosta completely devours its prey, bones, shells, and all. Because of this, Caracosta's own shell grows thick and sturdy. Ducklet, 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 ducklet. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. reason for this behavior remains unknown. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Fishermen take them along on long voyages because if you have an Alomomola with you, there'll be no need for a doctor or medicine. Galdeo. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It crosses the world, running over the surfaces of oceans and rivers. It appears at scenic waterfronts. Galdeo Ordinary Form. Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion taught this Pokemon how to fight. It dashes across the world, seeking more opportunities to further its training. Galdeo, Resolute Form, Pokemon Shield. The power that lay hidden in its body now covers its horn, turning it into a sword that can slice through anything. Roki, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It protects its skin by covering its body in delicate bubbles beneath its happy-go-lucky air. It keeps a watchful eye on its surroundings. Frogadier, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It can throw bubble-covered pebbles with precise control, hitting empty cans up to 100 feet away. Binacle, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. Two Binacle live together on one rock. When they fight, one of them will move to a different rock. Pokemon Shield. If the two don't work well together, both their offense and defense fall apart. Without good teamwork, they won't survive. Barbarical. Pokemon Sword. 7 Binacle come together to form one Barbaracle. The Binacle that serves as the head gives orders to those serving as the limbs. Pokemon Shield. Having an eye on each palm allows it to keep watch in all directions. In a pinch, its limbs start to act on their own to ensure the enemy's defeat. Skrelp. Pokemon Scarlet. Skrelp evades its enemies by hiding amid drifting seaweed. It eats rotten seaweed to create its poison. Clauncher. Pokemon Sword. Clauncher's claws can fall off during battle, but they'll regenerate. The meat inside the claws is popular as a delicacy in Galar. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon launches water by detonating gas inside its right claw. It snipes flying Pokemon. Clotzer. Pokemon Ultramoon. Its right arm is packed with meat. When its pincer falls off, it's exported to be used as a cooking ingredient. Pokemon Violet. The cannonballs of seawater that Cloudster launches from its claw are powerful enough to punch through tanker hulls. Poplio. Pokemon Sword. It creates special bouncy balloons to send at its opponents. When the balloons pop, the sheer force of their bursting is what deals damage. Pokemon Shield. If Poplio wants to create big, powerful balloons, they must be persistent. It takes daily practice for these Pokemon to develop their skills. Brionne. Pokemon Moon. It cares deeply for its companions. When its trainer is feeling down, it performs a cheery dance to try and help. Pokemon Shield. On nights when the sea is calm, Brionne dance with one another to the singing of the Primarina that's leading them. Wishy-washy. Solo Form. Pokemon Sun. When it's in trouble, its eyes moisten and begin to shine. The shining light attracts its comrades and they stand together against their enemies. Pokemon Moon. It's awfully weak and notably tasty, so everyone is always out to get it as it happens. Anyone trying to bully it receives a painful lesson. Wishy-washy school form. Pokemon Moon. At their appearance, even Gyarados will flee. When they team up to use Water Gun, its power exceeds that of Hydro Pump. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Wishy-washy assemble in this formation to face off against strong foes. It boasts a strength that earned it the name Demon of the Sea. Marini. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They eat Corsola branches, so Marini are hated by craftsmen who work with Corsola branches that have naturally fallen off. Pokemon Sword. The first symptom of its sting is numbness. The next is an itching sensation so intense that it's impossible to resist the urge to claw at your skin. Toxapex. Pokemon Ultra Moon. With its 12 legs, it creates a dome to shelter within. The flow of the tides doesn't affect Toxapex in there, so it's very comfortable. Pokemon Shield. Within the poison sac in its body is a poison so toxic that Pokemon as large as Wailord will still be suffering 3 days after it first takes effect. Pyuku Muku. Pokemon Sun. It lives in shallow seas such as areas near a beach. It can eject its internal organs, which it uses to engulf its prey or battle enemies. Pokemon Moon. These Pokemon line the beaches. The sticky mucus that covers their bodies can be used to soothe sunburned skin. How convenient. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The tradition known as Pyukumuku chucking started from the custom of throwing Pyukumuku back into the sea after they wash on shore. Sobble, 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 sobble. Sobble. Pokemon Sword. When scared, this Pokemon cries. Its tears pack the chemical punch of 100 onions, and attackers won't be able to resist weeping. Drizzile. Pokemon Sword. A clever combatant, this Pokemon battles using water balloons created with moisture secreted from its palms. Inteleon. Pokemon Shield. Its nictitating membranes let it pick out foes' weak points so it can precisely blast them with water that shoots from its fingertips at Mach 3. Gigantamax Inteleon. Pokemon Sword. Gigantamax Inteleon's water gun move fires at Mach 7. As the Pokemon takes aim, it uses the crest on its head to gauge wind and temperature. Choodle. Pokemon Sword. Apparently the itch of its teething impels it to snap its jaws at anything in front of it. Pokemon Violet. A popular game among children is to lift up sticks that Choodle have bitten onto to see whose Choodle can hang on the longest. Dreadnought. Pokemon Violet. Dreadnought lurks along the shoreline. When prey come to drink water, Dreadnought stretches its neck out and chomps down on them. Gigantamax Dreadnought. Pokemon Shield. In the Galar region, there's a tale about this Pokemon chewing up a mountain and using the rubble to stop a flood. Cramorant. Pokemon Shield. This hungry Pokemon swallows Aracuda whole. Occasionally, it makes a mistake and tries to swallow a Pokemon other than its preferred prey. Cramorant, Gorging Form, Pokemon Sword. This Cramorant has accidentally gotten a Pikachu lodged in its gullet. Cramorant is choking a little, but it isn't really bothered. Cramorant, Gulping Form, Pokemon Sword. Cramorant's gluttony led it to try to swallow an Aracuda whole, which in turn led to Cramorant getting an Aracuda stuck in its throat. Aracuda, Pokemon Shield. After it's eaten its fill, its movements become extremely sluggish. That's when Cramorant swallows it up. Barraskewda, Pokemon Shield. It spins its tail fins to propel itself, surging forward at speeds of over 100 knots before ramming prey and spearing into them. Dracovish, Pokemon Sword. Powerful legs and jaws made it the apex predator of its time. Its own overhunting of its prey was what drove it to extinction. Urshifu, Rapid Strike Style, Pokemon Sword. It's believed that this Pokemon modeled its fighting style on the flow of a river. Sometimes rapid, sometimes calm. Gigantamax Urshifu, Rapid Strike Style, Pokemon Shield. All it takes is a glare from this Pokemon to take the lives of those with evil in their hearts. Or so they say. Quaxly, Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon migrated to Paldea from distant lands long ago. The gel secreted by its feathers repels water and grime. Quaxwell, Pokemon Violet. The hard-working Quaxwell observes people and Pokemon from various regions and incorporates their movements into its own dance routines. Quaquaval, Pokemon Violet. Dancing in ways that evoke faraway places, this Pokemon mesmerizes all that see it. Flourishes of its decorative water feathers slice into its foes. Wiglet, Wiglet, Wiglet. Wiglet, Pokemon Violet. Though it looks like Diglett, Wiglet is an entirely different species. The resemblance seems to be a coincidental result of environmental adaptation. Wugtrio, Pokemon Scarlet. It has a vicious temperament, contrary to what its appearance may suggest. It wraps its long bodies around prey, then drags the prey into its den. Finizen, Pokemon Violet. Its water ring is made from seawater mixed with a sticky fluid that Finizen secretes from its blowhole. Palafin, Zero Form, Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon changes its appearance if it hears its allies calling for help. Palafin will never show anybody its moment of transformation. Palafin Hero Form, Pokemon Violet. This hero of the ocean swims at a speed of 50 knots and saves drowning people and Pokemon. Dondozo, Pokemon Violet. It treats Tatsugiri like its boss and follows it loyally. Though powerful, Dondozo is apparently not very smart. Tatsugiri Curly Form, Pokemon Scarlet. It lives inside the mouth of Dondozo to protect itself from enemies on the outside. Tatsugiri Droopy Form, Pokemon Scarlet. This species' differing colors and patterns are apparently the result of Tatsugiri changing itself to suit the preferences of the prey it lures in. Tatsugiri Stretchy Form, Pokemon Violet. It's one of the most intelligent dragon Pokemon. It camouflages itself by inflating its throat sac. Walking Wake. During the time of making this video, Walking Wake has no Pokedex entry. Pika, 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 Pikachu. Pikachu. Pokemon Yellow. It keeps its tail raised to monitor its surroundings. If you yank its tail, it will try to bite you. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. This intelligent Pokemon roasts hard berries with electricity to make them tender enough to eat. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Scarlet. When it is angered, it immediately discharges the energy stored in the pouches in its cheeks. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon has electricity storing pouches on its cheeks. These appear to become electrically charged during the night while Pikachu sleeps. It occasionally discharges electricity when it is dozy after waking up. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. It occasionally uses an electric shock to recharge a fellow Pikachu that is in a weakened state. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its nature is to store up electricity. Forests where nests of Pikachu live are dangerous since the trees are so often struck by lightning. Pokemon Sword. Pikachu that can generate powerful electricity have cheek sacs that are extra soft and super stretchy. Pokemon Shield. When Pikachu meet, they'll touch their tails together and exchange electricity through them as a form of greeting. Cap. Pikachu. Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Ultra Sun. This form of Pikachu is somewhat rare. It wears the hat of its trainer, who is also its partner. Pokemon Moon and Ultra Moon. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. Since the cap's not the right size, the fit is a bit loose. World Cap. Pokemon Sword. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through different regions. Pokemon Violet. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across the world. Unova Cap. Pokemon Scarlet. The cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across the Unova region together. Sinnoh Cap. Pokemon Shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is proof that the two traveled throughout the Sinnoh region together. Partner Cap. Pokemon Shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is a precious symbol of a fateful encounter. Pokemon Violet. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed as the two overcame many hardships together. Original Cap. Pokemon Shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is that the two traveled across many regions together. Pokemon Scarlet. The cap this Pikachu wears is filled with the memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across lots of different regions together. Kalos Cap. Pokemon Scarlet. The cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across the Kalos region together. Hoenn Cap. Pokemon Sword. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through the Hoenn region. Alola Cap. Pokemon Violet. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across the Alola region. Raichu. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. When electricity builds up inside its body, it becomes feisty. It also glows in the dark. Pokemon Crystal. If its electric pouches run empty, it raises its tail to gather electricity from the atmosphere. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. If the electrical sacs become excessively charged, Raichu plants its tail in the ground and discharges. Scorched patches of ground will be found near this Pokemon's nest. Pokemon Emerald. If it stores too much electricity, its behavior turns aggressive. To avoid this, it occasionally discharges excess energy and calms itself down. Pokemon Ultra Sun. As electricity builds up inside its body, it becomes more aggressive. One theory is that the electricity buildup is actually causing stress. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Because so many trainers like the way Pikachu looks, you don't see this Pokemon very often. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It can discharge bursts of electricity exceeding 100,000 volts. A single strike with that amount of power would incapacitate one of the Copperajah of my homeland. Alolan Geodude. Pokemon Sun. Its body is a magnetic stone. Iron sand attaches firmly to the portion of its body that are particularly magnetic. Pokemon Moon. If you accidentally step on a Geodude sleeping on the ground, you'll hear a crunching sound and feel a shock ripple through your entire body. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Geodude compete against each other with headbutts. The iron sand on their heads will stick to whichever one has stronger magnetism. Alolan Graveler. Pokemon Sun. Its preferred food is Dravite. After it has eaten this mineral, crystals form inside the Pokemon, rising to the surface of part of its body. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When two Graveler fight each other, it fills the surroundings with flashes of light and sound. People call it the fireworks of the earth. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. When it comes rolling down a mountain path, anything in its way gets zapped by electricity and sent flying. Alolan Golem, Pokemon Moon. Because it can't fire boulders at a rapid pace, it's been known to seize nearby Geodude and fire them from its back. Pokemon Ultra Sun, it's grumpy and stubborn. If you upset it, it discharges electricity from the surface of its body and growls with a voice like thunder. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It uses magnetism to accelerate and fire off rocks tinged with electricity. Even if it doesn't score a direct hit, the jolt of electricity will do the job. Voltorb. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Violet. Usually found in power plants. Easily mistaken for a Pokeball, they have zapped many people. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Scarlet. It rolls to move. If the ground is uneven, a sudden jolt from hitting a bump can cause it to explode. Pokemon Crystal. During the study of this Pokemon, it was discovered that its components are not found in nature. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Voltorb was first sighted at a company that manufactures Pokeballs. The link between that sighting and the fact that this Pokemon looks very similar to a Pokeball remains a mystery. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Voltorb is extremely sensitive. It explodes at the slightest of shocks. It is rumored that it was first created when a Pokeball was exposed to a powerful pulse of energy. Pokemon Emerald. It bears an uncanny and unexplained resemblance to a Pokeball because it explodes at the slightest shock. Even veteran trainers treat it with caution. Electrode, 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 Electrode. Electrode. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It is dangerous. If it has too much electricity and has nothing to do, it amuses itself by exploding. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Scarlet. The more energy it charges up, the faster it gets, but this also makes it more likely to explode. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Electrode eats electricity in the atmosphere. On days when lightning strikes, you can see this Pokemon exploding all over the place from eating too much electricity. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. One of Electrode's characteristics is its attraction to electricity. It is a problematical Pokemon that congregates mostly at electrical power plants to feed on electricity that has just been generated. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Violet. It explodes in response to even minor stimuli. It is feared with the nickname of the Bomb Ball. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon is bloated to bursting with stored electricity. Electabuzz. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. If a major power outage occurs, it is certain that this Pokemon has eaten electricity at a power plant. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. Electricity runs across the surface of its body in darkness. Its entire body glows a whitish blue. Pokemon Crystal. When two Electabuzz touch, they control the electric currents to communicate their feelings. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When a storm arrives, gangs of this Pokemon compete with each other to scale heights that are likely to be stricken by lightning bolts. Some towns use Electabuzz in place of lightning rods. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. It windmills its arms to slightly boost its punches. Foes have been known to escape in the meantime. Pokemon Ultra Moon. While it's often blamed for power outages, the truth is the cause of outages is more often an error on the part of the electric company. Pokemon Sword. Many power plants keep ground-type Pokemon around as a defense against Electabuzz that come seeking electricity. Pokemon Legends Arceus feeds on electrical energy. During sudden showers beneath looming thunderclouds, one can observe Electabuzz scaling tall trees, where the Pokemon will then wait for lightning to strike. Jolteon, Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. A sensitive Pokemon that easily becomes sad or angry. Every time its mood changes, it charges power. Pokemon Crystal. The negatively charged ions generated in its fur create a constant sparking noise. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Violet. If agitated, it uses electricity to straighten out its fur and launch it in small bunches. Pokemon Heart Gold and Pokemon Scarlet. It concentrates the weak electric charges emitted by its cells and launches wicked lightning bolts. Pokemon Sun. They send out electrical charges of about 10,000 volts. Because they are high-strung, it can be difficult to grow close to them. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its lungs contain an organ that creates electricity. The crackling sound of electricity can be heard when it exhales. Zapdos. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. A legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear from clouds while dropping enormous lightning bolts. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. This legendary bird Pokemon causes savage thunderstorms by flapping its glittering wings. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. This legendary bird Pokemon is said to appear only when a thundercloud parts into two halves. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon has complete control over electricity. There are tales of Zapdos nesting in the dark depths of pitch black thunderclouds. Pokemon Shield. Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon. It's said that when When Zapdos rubs its feathers together, lightning will fall immediately after. Pichu, 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 Pichu. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. Despite its small size, it can zap even adult humans. However, if it does so, it also surprises itself. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. When Pichu plays with others, it may short out electricity with another Pichu, creating a shower of sparks. In that event, this Pokemon will begin crying, startled by the flash of sparks. Pokemon Emerald. It is still inept at retaining electricity. When it is startled, it discharges power accidentally. It gets better at holding power as it grows older. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, and Shining Pearl. It plays with others by touching tails and setting off sparks. This appears to be a test of courage. Pokemon Sun. It is not yet skilled at controlling electricity. If you take your eyes off of it, it may shock itself. Pokemon Moon and Pokemon Violet. Despite this Pokemon's cute appearance, those who want to live with one should prepare to be on the receiving end of its electric jolts. Mareep. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Scarlet. If static electricity builds in its body, its fleece doubles in volume. Touching it will shock you. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Violet. Its fleece grows continually. In the summer, the fleece is fully shed, but it grows back in a week. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Mareep's fluffy coat of wool rubs together and builds a static charge. The more static electricity is charged, the more brightly the light bulb at the tip of its tail grows. Fluffy. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Fluffy's wool quality changes so that it can generate a high amount of static electricity with a small amount of wool. The bare and slick parts of its hide are shielded against electricity. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Y. If its coat becomes fully charged with electricity, its tail lights up. It fires hair that zaps on impact. Pokemon Ultra Sun. In the places on its body where fleas don't grow, its skin is rubbery and doesn't conduct electricity. Those spots are safe to touch. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It stores electricity in its fluffy fleece. If it stores up too much, it will start to go bald in those patches. Ampharos. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Scarlet. The bright light on its tail can be seen far away. It has been treasured since ancient times as a beacon. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Ampharos gives off so much light that it can be seen even from space. People in the old days sometimes use the light of this Pokemon to send signals back and forth, with others far away. Pokemon Ultra Sun, the light from its tail can be seen from space. This is why you can always tell exactly where it is, which is why it usually keeps the light off. Elegant, 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 elegant. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Heart Gold. It rotates its arms to generate electricity, but it tires easily, so it charges up only a little bit. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Pokemon Soul Silver. Even in the most vicious storm, this Pokemon plays happily if thunder rumbles in the sky. Pokemon Sun. When it's in a house, electrical outlets serve as its baby bottles. It sucks down electricity. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon is constantly fighting with Togedemaru that try to steal its electricity. It's a pretty even match. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When it hears the crash of thunder, Elegant's mood improves. It can be useful to record that sound and play it when Elegant's feeling down. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When its horns shine a bluish white, that's the sign it's fully charged. You'll get a shocking jolt if you touch it. Pokemon Legends Arceus. They generate electricity by spinning their arms. During a thunderstorm, if one hears the lively voices of children out in the wilderness, what one is actually hearing are the voices of Elegant. Raikou. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. The rain clouds it carries let it fire thunderbolts at will. They say that it descended with lightning. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Y. This rough Pokemon stores energy inside its body, then sweeps across the land, shooting off electricity. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Raikou embodies the speed of lightning. The roars of this Pokemon send shockwaves shuddering through the air and shake the ground as if lightning bolts had come crashing down. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It is said to have fallen with lightning. It can fire thunderbolts from the rain cloud on its back. Electrike. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Electrike stores electricity in its long body hair. This Pokemon stimulates its leg muscles with electric charges. These jolts of power give its legs explosive acceleration performance. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Electrike runs faster than the human eye can follow. The friction from running is converted into electricity, which is then stored in this Pokemon's fur. Pokemon Emerald. It generates electricity using friction from the atmosphere. In seasons with especially arid air, its entire body blazes with violent showers of sparks. Pokemon Ultra Sun. sometimes ignite forest fires. When it enters a battle, this Pokemon creates thunderclouds. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Shield. It rarely appears before people. It is said to nest where lightning has fallen. Pokemon Emerald. Because lightning falls in their vicinities, Manectric were thought to have been born from lightning. In battle, they create thunderclouds. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It discharges electricity from its mane. It creates a thundercloud overhead to drop lightning bolts. Pokemon Ultramoon and Pokemon Sword. It stimulates its own muscles with electricity so it can move quickly. It eases its soreness with electricity too, so it can recover quickly as well. Mega Manectric. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Mega Evolution fills its body with a tremendous amount of electricity, but it's too much for Manectric to fully control. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Too much electricity has built up in its body, irritating Manectric. Its explosive speed is equal to that of a lightning bolt. Blastoise. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. When Blastoise is cheering on its partner, it flashes with electric sparks from all over its body. If its partner loses, this Pokemon cries loudly. Pokemon Emerald. It has the trait of cheering on its fellow Pokemon. By shorting out the electricity it releases from its paws, it creates pom-poms for cheering. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It absorbs electricity from telephone poles. It shorts out its body to create crackling noises. Minun. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Minun is more concerned about cheering on its partners than its own safety. It shorts out the electricity in its body to create brilliant showers of sparks to cheer on its teammates. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Leaf Green. Its dislike of water makes it take shelter under the eaves of houses in rain. It uses pom-poms made of sparks for cheering. Pokemon Emerald. At a meeting of Pokemon academics, it was announced that simultaneous exposure to electricity from a Blastoise and Minun will promote circulation and boost vitality. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It cheers on friends. If its friends are losing, its body lets off more and more sparks. Shinx. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. Its forelegs have a muscle-based system of generating electricity. Its body shines if endangered. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon generates electricity by contracting its muscles. Excited trembling is a sign that Shinx is generating a tremendous amount of electricity. Pokemon Shield. Electricity makes this Pokemon's fur glow. Shinx sends signals to others of its kind by shaking the tips of its tail while the tail tip is shining brightly. Pokemon Legends Arceus shakes its body to generate electricity. Its stature belies its aggression. One must be patient to tame this Pokemon. Luxio. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Its claws lose electricity with enough amperage to cause fainting. They live in small groups. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. It rests its forelegs on others to communicate with rhythmic electric pulses from its claws. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Scarlet. Strong electricity courses through the tips of its sharp claws. A light scratch causes fainting in foes. Pokemon Sword. By joining its tail with that of another Luxio, this Pokemon can receive some of the other Luxio's electricity and power up its own electric blasts. Pokemon Legends Arceus proudly uses its electrified claws as weapons. It seems to be a gracious Pokemon, evenly sharing the spoils of the hunt with others of its kind. Luxray. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. When its eyes gleam gold, it can spot hiding prey, even those taking shelter behind a wall. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Scarlet. It can see clearly through walls to track down its prey and seek its lost young. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Violet. Luxray's ability to see through objects comes in handy when it's scouting for danger. Pokemon Shield. Seeing through solid objects uses up a lot of Luxray's electricity, so the Pokemon sleeps for long periods of time to store up energy. Pachirisu. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It makes fur balls that crackle with static electricity. It stores them with berries in tree holes. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. It makes electricity with pouches in its cheeks and shoots charges from its tail. It lives atop trees. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Violet. A pair may be seen rubbing their cheek pouches together in an effort to share stored electricity. Pokemon Legends Arceus, a species related to the Pikachu line. Though Pachirisu is a calm Pokemon, it still presents a danger should one touch its electrified tail or cheeks. Electivire. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. Heedless of enemy attacks, it closes in, shoves its tail onto the foe, then loses high voltage. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. As its electrified charge amplifies, blue sparks begin to crackle between its horns. Pokemon Moon. When it gets excited, it thumps its chest with every thud. Thunder roars and electric sparks shower all around. Pokemon Sword. The amount of electrical energy this Pokemon produces is proportional to the rate of its pulse. The voltage jumps while Electivire is battling. Pokemon Shield. In terms terms of electrical energy output, Electivire is one of the best among all electric Pokemon. It discharges high voltage currents from its tails. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its evolution was induced by an unusual item, and its electrical output rises along with its heart rate. From its tails, it can unleash an electric current measuring 20,000 volts. Fan Rotom. Pokemon Sword. In this form, Rotom applies its new power over wind to its love of pranks. It will happily blow away any important documents it can find. Blitzle. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. When thunderclouds cover the sky, it will appear. It can catch lightning with its mane and store the electricity. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Its mane shines when it discharges electricity. They use the frequency and rhythm of these flashes to communicate. Zebstrika. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When Zebstrika run at full speed, the sound of thunder reverberates. Pokemon White, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. This ill-tempered Pokemon is dangerous because when it's angry, it shoots lightning from its mane in all directions. Emolga. Pokemon Black and White 2. It glides on its outstretched membrane while shocking foes with electricity stored in the pouches on its cheeks. Pokemon Moon. It grills berries and bug Pokemon with electric shocks and makes a meal of them. It usually nests in holes gouged in trees by Pick-a-Peck. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They store up electricity to fly through the air. When thunder cracks at night, sometimes there are almost enough of them to blot out the sky. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon absolutely loves sweet berries. Sometimes it stuffs its cheeks full of so much food that it can't fly properly. Dynamo. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Scarlet. While one alone doesn't have much power, a chain of many dynamo can be as powerful as lightning. Pokemon White and Pokemon Violet. These Pokemon move in schools. They have an electricity generating organ, so they discharge electricity if in danger. Electric. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Violet. These Pokemon have a big appetite. When they spot their prey, they attack it and paralyze it with electricity. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. It wraps itself around its prey and paralyzes it with electricity from the round spots on its sides. Then it jumps. Electros. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Scarlet. They crawl out of the ocean using their arms. They will attack prey on shore and immediately drag it into the ocean. Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon Violet. It latches onto prey with its sucker mouth, sinking in its fangs and shocking the prey with powerful all over the place and causes forest fires. It is therefore disliked. Pokemon Legends Arceus. They say this wielder of electricity has waged war with its nemesis, Tornadus, since time immemorial. The lightning bolts it hurls pierce the very earth and enrich the soil. Thundurus, Therian form. Pokemon Legends Arceus, quick as a flash. It materializes out of nowhere. It pulverizes foes into nothingness with showers of devastatingly powerful lightning bolts, launched from the string of orbs on its tail. Helioptile, Pokemon Sword, when spread. The frills on its head act like solar panels, generating the power behind this Pokemon's electric moves. Pokemon Shield. The sun powers this Pokemon's electricity generation. Interruption of that process stresses Helioptile to the point of weakness. Heliolisk. Pokemon Y and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. It stimulates its muscles with electricity, boosting the strength in its legs and enabling it to run 100 yards in 5 seconds. Pokemon Sword. A now vanished desert culture treasured these Pokemon appropriately. When Heliolisk came to the Galar region, treasure came with them. Oricorio, Pom-Pom style. Pokemon Sun. This Oricorio has sipped bright yellow nectar. Its bright, cheerful dance melts the hearts of its enemies. Pokemon Moon. It creates an electric charge by rubbing its feathers together. It dances over to its enemies and delivers shocking electrical punches. Pokemon Violet. The energetic, cheerful dance of these Oricorio is popular with children, but the Oricorio themselves are hard to find in Paldea. Circuitry. Pokemon Moon. It appeared from the Ultra Wormhole. It raided a power plant, so people think it energizes itself with electricity. Pokemon Ultra Moon. They've been dubbed Ultra Beasts. Some of them stand unmoving, like trees with their arms and legs stuck into the ground. Zeraora. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It electrifies its claws and tears its opponents apart with them. Even if they dodge its attacks, they will be electrocuted by the flying sparks. Pokemon Shield. Electricity sparks from the pads on its limbs. Wherever Zeraora runs, lightning flashes and thunder echoes. Yamper. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon is very popular as a herding dog in the Galar region. As it runs, it generates electricity from the base of its tail. Pokemon Shield. This gluttonous Pokemon only assists people with their work because it wants treats. As it runs, it crackles with electricity. Boldund. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon generates electricity and channels it into its legs to keep them going strong. Boldund can run non-stop for 3 full days. Pokemon Shield. It sends electricity through its legs to boost their strength. Running at top speed, it easily breaks 50 miles per hour. Toxel, 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 Toxel. Pokemon Shield. It manipulates the chemical makeup of its poison to produce electricity. The voltage is weak, but it can cause a tingling paralysis. Pokemon Violet. This selfish, attention-seeking Pokemon stores poison and electricity in 2 different sacs inside its body. Toxtricity. Amped form. Pokemon Sword. When this Pokemon sounds as if it's strumming a guitar, it's actually clawing at the protrusions on its chest to generate electricity. Pokemon Scarlet. As it scatters toxic sweat and emits electricity, a melody that sounds like it came from a guitar reverberates through the surrounding area. Toxtricity. Low-key form. Pokemon Scarlet. Many youths admire the way this Pokemon listlessly picks fights and keeps its cool no matter what opponent it faces. Pokemon Violet. As it gulps down stagnant water and generates electricity in its body, a sound like a rhythm played by a bass guitar reverberates all around. Pincurchin. Pokemon Shield. It stores electricity in each spine. Even if one gets broken off, it still continues to emit electricity for at least 3 hours. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon generates electricity when it digests food. It uses its 5 hard teeth to scrape seaweed off surfaces and eat it. Regieleki. Pokemon Shield. Its entire body is made up of a single organ that generates electrical energy. Regieleki is capable of creating all Galar's electricity. Balmy. Pokemon Violet. The pads of its paws are electricity discharging organs. Balmy fires electricity from its forepaws while standing unsteadily on its hind legs. Balmo. Pokemon Scarlet. When its group is attacked, Balmo is the first to leap into battle, defeating enemies with a fighting technique that utilizes electric shocks. Palmot. Pokemon Violet. Palmet's fluffy fur acts as a battery. It can store the same amount of electricity as an electric car. Tadbulb. Pokemon Scarlet. Tadbulb shakes its tail to generate electricity. If it senses danger, it will make its head blink on and off to alert its allies. Bellybolt, Bellybolt, Bellybolt. Bellybolt. Pokemon Scarlet. When this Pokemon expands and contracts its wobbly body, the belly button dynamo in its stomach produces a huge amount of electricity. What? Drow. Pokemon Violet. These Pokemon make their nests on coastal cliffs. The nests have a strange, crackling texture, and they're a popular delicacy. Kilowatrel. Pokemon Scarlet. Kilowatrel inflates its throat sac to amplify its electricity. By riding the wind, this Pokemon can fly over 430 miles in a day. Iron Hands. Pokemon Scarlet. It is very similar to a cyborg covered exclusively by a paranormal magazine. The cyborg was said to be the modified form of a certain athlete. Iron Thorns. Pokemon Violet. Its notable features match those of an object named within a certain expedition journal as iron thorns. Bulba, 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 Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. A strange seed was planted on its back at birth. The plant sprouts and grows with this Pokemon. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. It can go for days without eating a single morsel. In the bulb on its back, it stores energy. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Bulbasaur can be seen napping in bright sunlight. There is a seed on its back. By soaking up the sun's rays, the seeds grow progressively larger. Ivysaur, Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Sword. When the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. When the bud on its back starts swelling, a sweet aroma wafts to indicate the flower's coming bloom. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Shield. Exposure to sunlight adds to its strength. Sunlight also makes the bud on its back grow larger. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. There is a bud on this Pokemon's back to support its weight. Ivysaur's legs and trunk grow thick and strong. If it starts spending more time lying in the sunlight, it's a sign that the bud will bloom into a large flower soon. Venusaur, Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. By spreading the broad petals of its flower and catching the sun rays, it fills its body with power. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It is able to convert sunlight into energy. As a result, it is more powerful in the summertime. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. There is a large flower on Venusaur's back. The flower is said to take on vivid colors if it gets plenty of nutrition and sunlight. The flower's aroma soothes the emotions of people. flowers in a jungle, however pretty they may be. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Vileplume has the world's largest petals. They are used to attract prey that are then doused with toxic spores. Once they are immobilized, this Pokemon catches and devours them. Paras. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. Burrows to suck tree roots. The mushrooms on its back grow by drawing nutrients from the bug host. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It is doused with mushroom spores when it is born. As its body grows, mushrooms sprout from its back. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Paras has parasitic mushrooms growing on its back called Tochugaso. They grow large by drawing nutrients from this bug Pokemon host. They are highly valued as a medicine for extending life. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Whether it's due to a lack of moisture or a lack of nutrients, in Alola, the mushrooms on Paras don't grow up quite right. Parasect. Pokemon Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. The bug host is drained of energy by the mushrooms on its back. The mushroom appears to do all the thinking. Pokemon Crystal. When nothing's left to extract from the bug, the mushrooms on its back leave spores on the bug's egg. Pokemon Fire Red. It scatters toxic spores from the mushroom cap. In China, the spores are used as herbal medicine. Pokemon Diamond, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon X. A mushroom grown larger than the host's body controls Parasect. It scatters poisonous spores. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The bug is mostly dead, with a mushroom on its back having become the main body. If the mushroom comes off, the bug stops moving. Bellsprout. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. A carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs. It uses its root feet to soak up needed moisture. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. Even though its body is extremely skinny, it is blindingly fast when catching its prey. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Bellsprout's thin and flexible body lets it bend and sway, bend and sway, bend and sway, bend and sway to avoid any attack, however strong it may be. From its mouth, this Pokemon spits a corrosive fluid that melts even iron. ties up the victim with sharp leaves, then eats every morsel. Pokemon Emerald. At night, a weeping bell hangs onto a tree branch with its hooked rear and sleeps. If it moves around in its sleep, it may wake up to find itself on the ground. Victory Bell. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Said to live in huge colonies deep in jungles, although no one has ever returned from there. Pokemon Yellow, Fire Red, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Lures prey with a sweet aroma of honey. Swallowed whole, the prey is dissolved in a day, bones and all. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. Acid dissolved, many prey becomes sweeter, making it even more effective at attracting prey. Execute. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. The heads attract each other and spin around. There must be 6 heads for it to maintain balance. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. The shell is very durable. Even if it cracks, it can survive without spilling the contents. Pokemon Crystal. If even one is separated from the group, the energy bond between the 6 will make them rejoin instantly. Pokemon Emerald. It consists of 6 eggs that care for each other. The eggs attract each other and spin around when cracks increasingly appear. It is close to evolution. Pokemon Ultra Sun. 6 of them form a single Pokemon. Should one of the 6 be lost, the next morning there will once more be 6. Executor. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It is said that on rare occasions, one of its head will drop off and continue on as an execute. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Its cries are very noisy. This is because each of the 3 heads thinks about whatever it likes. Pokemon Fire Red. It is called the Walking Tropical Rainforest. Each of the nuts has a face and a will of its own. Alolan Executor. Pokemon Sun. Alola is the best environment for this Pokemon. Local people take pride in its appearance, saying this is how Executor ought to look. Pokemon Moon. As it grew taller and taller, it outgrew its reliance on psychic powers, while within it awakened the power of the sleeping dragon. Tangela. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Its identity is obscured by massive as vines snap off easily if they are grabbed. This happens without pain, allowing it to make a quick getaway. The lost vines are replaced by newly grown vines the very next day. Chikorita, Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. A sweet aroma gently wafts from the leaf. On its head, it is docile and loves to soak up the sun's rays. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. In battle, Chikorita waves its leaf around to keep the foe at bay. However, a sweet fragrance also wafts from the leaf, becoming the battling Pokemon and creating a cozy, friendly atmosphere all around. Bayleaf, Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. The scent of spices comes from around its neck. Somehow sniffing it makes you want to fight. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. A spicy aroma emanates from around its neck. The aroma acts as a stimulant to restore health. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Bayleaf's neck is ringed by curled up leaves. Inside each tubular leaf is a small shoot of a tree. The fragrance of the shoot makes people peppy. Meganium, Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. The aroma that rises from its petals contains a substance that calms aggressive feelings. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. Meganium's breath has the power to revive dead grass and plants. It can make them healthy again. Pokemon Crystal. Anyone who stands beside it becomes refreshed, just as if they were relaxing in a sunny forest. Blossom. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. Plentiful in the tropics. When it dances, its petals rub together and make a pleasant ringing sound. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. A blossom grows flowers more beautifully if it has evolved from a smelly gloom. The stinkier, the better. At night, this Pokemon closes its petals and goes to sleep. It goes to sleep, 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 sleep. It goes to sleep, goes to sleep. Hop, pip, 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 hop, pip. Pokemon Crystal. It can be carried away on even the gentlest breeze. It may even float all the way to the next town. Pokemon Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon drifts and floats with the wind. If it senses the approach of strong winds, Pip links leaves with others to prepare against being blown away. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, temperature fluctuates up and down. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Skiploom's flower blossoms when the temperature rises above 64 degrees Fahrenheit. How much the flower opens depends on the temperature. For that reason, this Pokemon is sometimes used as a thermometer. Jumpluff, Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. It drifts on seasonal winds and spreads its cotton-like spores all over the world to make more offspring. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Y. Even in the fiercest wind, it can control its fluff to make its way to any place in the world it wants. Sunkern, Pokemon Crystal. It is very weak. Its only means of defense is to shake its leaves desperately at its attacker. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Sunkern tries to move as little as it possibly can. It does so because it tries to conserve all the nutrients it has stored in its body. For its evolution, it will not eat a thing, subsisting only on morning dew. Sunflora, Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. It converts sunlight into energy. In the darkness after sunset, it closes its petals and becomes still. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon X. As the hot season approaches, the petals on this Pokemon's face become more vivid and lively. Pokemon Black and White too. Since it converts sunlight into energy, it is always looking in the direction of the sun. Celebi, Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. This leaves growing out of Grovyl's body are convenient for camouflaging it from enemies in the forest. This Pokemon is a master at climbing trees and jungles. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon adeptly flies from branch to branch in trees. In the forest, no Pokemon can ever hope to catch a fleeing Grovyle, however fast they may be. Sceptile and Mega Sceptile. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Sceptile has seeds growing on its back. They are said to be bursting with nutrients that revitalize trees. This Pokemon raises the trees in a forest with loving care. Pokemon Emerald. This Pokemon carefully grows trees and plants. It regulates its body temperature by basking in sunlight. Lodad. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Sword. It searches about for clean water. If it does not drink water for too long, the leaf on its head wilts. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon X. It looks like an aquatic plant and serves as a fairy to Pokemon that can't swim. Lombre. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Lombre's entire body is covered by a slippery, slimy film. It feels horribly unpleasant to be touched by this Pokemon's hands. Lombre is often mistaken for a human child. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. It has a mischievous spirit. If it spots an angler, it will tug on the fishing line to interfere. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. It is nocturnal and becomes active at nightfall. It feeds on aquatic mosses that grow in the riverbed. Ludicolo. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Ludicolo begins dancing as soon as it hears cheerful, festive music. This Pokemon is said to appear when it hears the singing of children on hiking outings. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Sword. The rhythm of bright, festive music activates Ludicolo's cells, making it more powerful. C-Dot. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. C-Dot looks exactly like an acorn when it is dangling from a tree branch. It startles other Pokemon by suddenly moving. This Pokemon polishes its body once a day using leaves. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Sword. If it remains still, it becomes impossible to distinguish from real nuts. It delights in surprising foraging Pidgey. Pokemon Emerald. It hangs off branches and absorbs nutrients. This Pokemon dislikes having its long nose pinched. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon pulls out the leaf on its head and makes a flute with it. The sound of Nuzleaf's flute strikes fear and uncertainty in the hearts of people lost in a forest. Shiftry. Pokemon Emerald. It is said to arrive on chilly, wintry winds. Feared from long ago as the guardian of forests, this Pokemon lives in a deep forest where people do not venture. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. By flapping its leafy fan, it can whip up gusts of 100 feet per second that can level houses. Shroomish. Pokemon Emerald. It loves to eat damp, composted soil in forests. If you enter a forest after a long rain, you can see many Shroomish feasting on composted soil. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. It spouts poison spores from the top of its head. These spores cause pain all over if inhaled. Breloom. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Breloom closes in on its foes with light and sprightly footwork, then throws punches with its stretchy arms. This Pokemon's fighting technique puts boxers to shame. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. The seeds ringing Breloom's tail are made of hardened toxic spores. It is horrible to eat the seeds. Just taking a bite of this Pokemon seed will cause your stomach to rumble. Roselia. Pokemon Pearl. The beautiful flowers on its arms have toxic thorns. Don't even think about picking those flowers. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. Roselia that drink nutritionally rich spring water are said to reveal rare coloration when they bloom. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Shield. It uses the different poisons in each hand separately when it attacks. The stronger its aroma, the healthier it is. Cacnea. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. The more arid and harsh the environment, the more pretty and fragrant a flower cacnea grows. This Pokemon battles by wildly swinging its thorny arms. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. By storing water in its body, this desert dweller can survive for 30 days without water. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. using tentacles shaped like flower petals. Cradilly, a Pokemon Emerald. It drags its heavy body along the seafloor. It makes its nest in the shallows of warm seas. Cradilly can be seen on beaches when the tide goes out. Pokemon Ultra Moon. This carnivorous Pokemon lived in primordial seas. It catches prey in its 8 tentacles and dissolves them with digestive fluid as it eats. Tropius. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Black and White. Delicious fruits grew out from around its neck because it always ate the same kind of fruit. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. The bunch of fruit around its neck ripens twice a year and is delicious. It's a highly flavored tropical snack. Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon X. It flies by flapping its broad leaves and gives the sweet, delicious fruit around its neck to children. Bunches of delicious fruit grow around its neck. In warm areas, many ranches raise Tropius. Turtwig. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It undertakes photosynthesis with its body, making oxygen. The leaf on its head wilts if it is thirsty. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. The shell on its back is made of soil. On a very healthy Turtwig, the shell should feel moist. Groddle. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It knows where pure water wells up. It carries fellow Pokemon there on its back. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. A groddle that lives in the forest is said to have its own secret spring water. Torterra. Pokemon Pearl. Groups of this Pokemon migrating in search of water have been mistaken for moving forests. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. Some Pokemon are born on a Torterra's back and spend their entire life there. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Ancient people imagined that beneath the ground, a gigantic Torterra dwelled. Badoo, 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 badoo. Pokemon Pearl. It lives alongside clear ponds. It scatters pollen that induces harsh sneezing and runny noses. Pokemon Sword. The pollen it releases contains poison. If this Pokemon is raised on clear water, the poison's toxicity is increased. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon is highly sensitive to temperature changes. When its bud starts to open, that means spring is right around the corner. Roserade. Pokemon Pearl, its body takes in surrounding materials. As a result, there are many body variations. Cherubi, Pokemon Diamond. The small ball holds the nutrients needed for evolution. Apparently, it is very sweet and tasty. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Sunlight colors it red. When the small ball is drained of nutrients, it shrivels to herald evolution. Cherum, overcast form. Pokemon Sword. As a bud, it barely moves. It sits still, placidly waiting for sunlight to appear. Pokemon Shield. Its folded petals are pretty tough. Bird Pokemon can peck at them all they want, and Cherum won't be bothered at all. Cherum Sunshine form. Pokemon Sword. After absorbing plenty of sunlight, Cherum takes this form. It's full of energy while it's like this, and its liveliness will go on until sundown. Carnivine, Pokemon Diamond. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling saliva, then chomps down. It takes a whole day to eat prey. Pokemon Pearl. Hanging from branches using its tentacles, it looks like a plant. It awaits prey, mouth wide open. Tangrowth. Pokemon Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Its vines grow so profusely that in the warm season you can't even see its eyes. Pokemon Black and White too. Even if one of its arm is eaten, it's fine. The Pokemon regenerates quickly and will go right back to normal. Leafeon, Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. When you see Leafeon asleep in a patch of sunshine, you'll know it is using photosynthesis to produce clean air. Pokemon Sun. Its cellular composition is closer to that of a plant than an animal. It uses photosynthesis to produce its energy supply without eating food. Pokemon Moon. The younger they are, the more they smell like leaves on its head. Boil them down and drink the infusion. Your vigor will return. So Petalil is popular with the elderly. Lilligant, Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Even veteran trainers face a challenge in getting its beautiful flower to bloom. This Pokemon is popular with celebrities. Pokemon Sun. No matter how much time and money is spent raising it, its flowers are the most beautiful when they bloom in the wild. Pokemon Moon. As soon as it finds a male to be its partner, the beautiful flower on its head darkens, droops, and withers away. Maractus, Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Arid regions are their habitat. They move rhythmically, making a sound similar to maracas. Pokemon Shield. Once each year, this Pokemon scatters its seeds. They're jam-packed with nutrients, making them a precious food source out in the desert. Deerling. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The turning of the seasons changes the color and scent of this Pokemon's fur. People use it to mark the seasons. Sawsbuck, Pokemon White. The plants growing on its horns change according to the season. The leaders of the herd possess magnificent horns. Fungus. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It lures people in with its Pokeball pattern, then releases poison spores. Why it resembles a Pokeball is unknown. Among Us. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. They show off their Pokeball caps to lure prey, but very few Pokemon are fooled by this. Ferroseed. Pokemon Shield. Mossy caves are their preferred dwellings. Enzymes contained in mosses help Ferroseed spikes grow big and strong. Ferrothorn, Pokemon Black. It fights by swinging around its 3 spiky feelers. A hit from these steel spikes can reduce a boulder to rubble. Virizion, Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Its head sprouts horns as sharp as blades. Using whirlwind-like movements, it confounds and swiftly cuts opponents. Chespin, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Such a thick shell of wood covers its head and back that even a direct hit from a truck wouldn't faze it. Coeladen, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. They strengthen their lower bodies by running into one another. They are very kind and won't start fights. Chestnut. Chestnut. Pokemon X and Omega It shields its allies from danger with its own body. Skiddo, 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 skiddo. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. If it has sunshine and water, it doesn't need to eat because it can generate energy from the leaves on its back. Go Goat. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It can tell how its trainer is feeling by subtle shifts in the grip on its horns. This empathic sense lets them run as if one being. Rowlet. Pokemon Sun. This wary Pokemon uses photosynthesis to store up energy during the day while becoming active at night. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It feels relaxed in tight, dark places and has been known to use its trainer's pocket or bag as a nest. Dartrix. Pokemon Moon. It throws sharp feathers called blade quills at enemies or prey. It seldom misses. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This narcissistic Pokemon is a clean freak. If you don't groom it diligently, it will stop listening to you. Fomantis. Pokemon Moon. They give off a sweet and refreshing scent. Cutie fly often gather near the tall grass where Fomantis are hiding. Pokemon Ultra Moon. is a competition to slide sandshrew across ice as far as one can. Ultra Moon. The skin on its back is as hard as steel. Predators go after its soft belly, so it clings to the ground desperately. Alolan Sand Slash. Pokemon Sun. Fleeing a volcanic eruption, it settled on a snowy mountain. As it races through the snowfields, it sends up a spray of snow. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon's steel spikes are sheathed in ice. Stabs from these spikes cause deep wounds and severe frostbite as well. Alolan Vulpix. Pokemon Sun. It exhales air colder than -58 degrees Fahrenheit. Elderly people in Alola call this Pokemon by an older name. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but I'll pronounce it in two ways. Kyo-Kyo, Kyo-Kyo, or Keo-Keo, Keo-Keo. It's spelled Keo, Keo, and it's one word. Interesting. I wonder what it means in Alolan. Ultra Sun. If you carelessly approach it because it's cute, the boss of the pack, Ninetales, will appear and freeze you. Ultra Moon. They live together in a skulk, helping one another. Before eating their prey, they freeze it solid with their -58 degree Fahrenheit breath. Scary for such a small fox. Alolan Ninetales. Pokemon Moon. Possessing a calm demeanor, this Pokemon was revered as a deity incarnate before it was identified as a regional variant. Don't you just hate it when science ruins all the fun? Ultra Sun. The reason it guides people all the way down to the mountain's base is that it wants them to hurry up and leave. Dugong. Dugong. Ruby, Sapphire, red, blue, leaf green. Red, blue, leaf green. When attacked, it launches its horns in quick volleys. Its innards have never been seen. Pokemon Moon. Excavation of the tombs of ancient hunting tribes has turned up many spears tipped with spikes that had fallen off this Pokemon shell. Ultra Moon. Slow poketails are its favorite food. It has even been known to come up on land to look for slowpoke from time to time. That's also a commodity, a hot commodity in the Galar region's curry, slowpoke tail. That's why people think there's no slowpokes in Galar region, because they've been hunted to extinction for their delicious tails to use for curry. Jinx. Pokemon Emerald. A Jinx sashays rhythmically as if it were dancing. Its motions are so bouncingly alluring, people seeing it are compelled to shake their hips without noticing. Pokemon Gold and Hard Gold. It rocks its body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it is feeling. Ultra Sun. It sways its hips to a rhythm all its own. The precise movements of Jinx living in Alola are truly wonderful. Ultra Moon. Its strange cries sound like human language. There are some musicians who compose songs for Jinx to sing. Lapras. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. Because they rarely fight, many have been caught. Their number has dwindled. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. People have driven Lapras almost to the point of extinction. In the evenings, this Pokemon is said to sing plaintively as it seeks what few others of its kind still remain. Pokemon Sun. Its high intelligence enables it to comprehend human speech. When it's in a good mood, it sings in its beautiful voice. Ultra Moon. They've been so cherished that there's now an overabundance. The fish Pokemon population has declined in waters with too many Lapras. Articuno. Articuno. Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. A legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear to doomed people who are lost in icy mountains. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. The magnificent, seemingly translucent wings of this legendary Pokemon are said to be made of ice. Pokemon Fire Red. One of the legendary bird Pokemon, with its long tail trailing behind. Its flying form is magnificent. Fun fact, Articuno is my favorite legendary bird Pokemon out of Zapdos, Moltres,
in Soul Silver, it's very similar, but they have like an extra tidbit at the end. Vicious in nature, it derives Pidgey from their nests and scavenges any leftovers it can find. So like they changed it and made it a little more PG. So instead of eating the eggs that are left behind, which is basically Pidgey's offspring or babies, it's just looking for leftovers from the Pidgey's nest, which I kind of like the original better because it's savage and Sneasels are savages. And if you don't believe me that Sneasels are savages, then wait till you hear the next Pokemon entries. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Sneasel scaled trees by punching its hooked claws into the bark. It's not just putting the claws there, they're punching them into it. This Pokemon seeks out unguarded nests and steals eggs for food while the parents are away. Pokemon Pearl. It is extremely vicious and will not stop attacking until its foe is incapable of moving. Pokemon Moon. It uses its claws to poke holes in eggs so it can slurp out the insides. Breeders consider it a scourge and will drive it away or eradicate it. Swinub. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. If it smells something enticing, it dashes off headlong to find the source of the aroma. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Swinub roots for food by rubbing its snout against the ground. Its favorite food is a mushroom that grows under the cover of dead grass. This Pokemon occasionally roots out hot springs. Piloswine or Piloswine. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. If it charges at an enemy, the hairs on its back stand carries its food bundled up in its tail. There was once a famous explorer who managed to reach the peak of Mount Everest thanks to one of these Pokemon sharing its food. It has a generous habit of sharing its food with people and Pokemon, so it's always scrounging around for more food. Ultra Sun. It shares its food with people who are stranded because Delibird is omnivorous. Sometimes it gives those people bug Pokemon. Ultra Moon. It wraps food in its tail to carry it around. The Delibird with the biggest tail is the boss of the flock. Smoochum. Smoochum. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. Its lips are the most sensitive part of its body. It always uses its lips first to examine things. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. It always rocks its head slowly backwards and forwards, as if it is trying to kiss someone. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Smoochum actively runs about, but also falls quite often. Whenever the chance arrives, it will look for its reflection to make sure its face hasn't become dirty. Ultra Sun. When it examines things before touching them with its hands, it makes lip contact and then diligently licks all the dirt off its lips. Ultra Moon. Highly perceptive sensors. Smoochum's lips are kept moist by its daily application of tree sap. Lip care, lip care. Smoochum has a lip care routine. Cast form, snowy form. Ultra Sun. This is the form gas form takes when hit by hail. In an experiment where it was placed in a freezer, it didn't change to this form. Ultra Moon. This is gas form's form when caught in a hailstorm. When caught in a hailstorm, its whole body is chilled and its skin is partially frozen. Snorunt, Pokemon Ruby, and Omega Ruby. Snorunt live in regions with heavy snowfall. In seasons without snow, such as spring and summer, this Pokemon steals away to live quietly among stalactites and stalagmites, deep in caverns. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Snorunt survives by eating only snow and ice. Old folklore claims that a house visited by this Pokemon is sure to prosper for many generations. like when you're battling Pokemon and they get frozen by an ice type move. When they thaw out, they're still alive unless you fainted them. So, a Glalie enjoys eating Pokemon slowly and alive. Pokemon Sun. Legend says a boulder on an icy mountain absorbed the distress and regrets of a stranded mountaineer, giving rise to Glalie. Pokemon Moon. Its prey is instantaneously frozen stiff by the cold air it exhales from its huge mouth. While they're in that frozen state, it gobbles them up. Ultra Sun. It freezes its prey and chews them whole. However, it prefers to eat Pokemon like Vanillite that are already frozen. Glalie, you're one scary Pokemon. I would never want to see you in the wild without a Pokemon. Mega Glalie. Pokemon Sun. The excess energy from Mega Evolution spilled over from its mouth, breaking its jaw. It spews endless blizzards. Pokemon Moon. It envelops prey in its mouth, freezing them instantly. But its jaw is dislocated, so it's unable to eat them. Sfeel. When I first saw Sfeel, it's kind of like how I felt when I first saw Choodle. I was like, that's a seal imposter. Like, think of the Spider-Man pointing at each other meme. That's how I feel when I see Sfeel, because it reminds me of Seal. And then same with Choodle. I think of Squirtle. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Sfeel is much faster rolling than walking to get around. When groups of this Pokemon eat, they all clap at once to show their pleasure. Because of this, their meal times are noisy. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White. It rolls across ice floes to reach shore because its body is poorly was formed during an ice age. Snover. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. Seemingly curious about people, they gather around footsteps they find on snowy mountains. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. In the spring, it grows berries with a texture of frozen treats around its belly. Aboma Snow and Mega Aboma Snow. Pokemon Diamond. It whips up blizzards in mountains that are always buried in snow. It is the abominable snowman. Pokemon Pearl and Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It blankets wide areas in snow by whipping up blizzards. It is also known as the Ice Monster. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It lives a quiet life on mountains that are perpetually covered in snow. It hides itself by whipping up blizzards. Black and White and Black and White 2. They appear when the snow flowers bloom. When the petals fall, they retreat to places unknown again. Weavile, Weevil, Weavile. Pokemon Pearl. It sends signals to others by carving odd patterns in frost-covered trees and ice. Pokemon Moon. They dwell in cold places. This Pokemon's main food source in Alola is Vulpix and Sandshrew, which they carefully divide among their group. Ultra Sun. One Weavile will trip a Sandshrew and flip it over, and then another Weavile will deal the finishing blow with its sharp claws. Ultra Moon. Thanks to its increased intelligence, scrapping over food is a thing of the past. A scratch from its claws will give you a case of frostbite. Glaceon. Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It lowers its body heat to freeze its fur. The hairs then become like needles it can fire. Pokemon Moon. It freezes its fur into icicles, 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 icicles. Spiky and sharp, and tackles its prey. Ultra Moon. It can instantaneously freeze any moisture that's around it, creating ice pellets to shoot at its prey. Mamoswine. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Its impressive tusks. Its impressive tusks. Its impressive tusks are made of ice. The population thinned when it turned warm after the Ice Age. Pokemon Platinum and Black and White. A frozen one was dug up from soil dating back 10,000 years. It woke up to much amazement. ghost Pokedex entries. I don't want to get repetitive. Rotom, Frost. Rotom, Frost. I am also skipping this one because it has the same entries as regular Rotom, which I also already shared in the Ghost Pokedex entries. Vanillite, 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 Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. The temperature of their breath is negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. They create snow crystals and make snow fall in the areas around them. Pokemon Moon. It feels pleasantly cool when embraced. This Pokemon is treasured by households in warm regions. Ultra Moon. When the morning sun hit an icicle, it wished not to melt, and thus Vanillite was born. At night, it buries itself in snow to sleep. Vanillish, Vanillish, Pokemon Sun. Hot days cause its body to melt. It can be restored by refreezing it, but the process leaves its body slightly warped. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon has existed since the Ice Age. It controls particles of ice, freezes its opponents, and then shatters them with a headbutt. Ultra Sun. It sprays its enemies with the grains of ice to freeze them. Most Vanillish and Alola are smaller than average. Vanillux. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. If both heads get angry simultaneously, this Pokemon expels a blizzard, burying everything in snow. Pokemon Sun. Each of its two heads has a brain, and when they are in agreement, it attacks its enemies by exhaling a violent blizzard. Pokemon Moon. Even if it loses one of its heads, it can live relatively problem-free. It makes snow clouds inside its body. Ultra Moon. Vanillux is born when two Vanillish have melted by the day's light, stick to each other, and freeze together in the cold return of night. That sentence sounded very poetic. Cubchoo, 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 Cubchoo. Pokemon Black. When it is not feeling well, its mucus gets watery, and the power of its ice-type moves decreases. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Its nose is always running. Where's it going? It sniffs the snot back up because the mucus provides the raw material for its moves. Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and generates a powerful, freezing energy inside itself, but its body became frozen when the energy leaked out. Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. This legendary ice Pokemon waits for a hero to fill in the missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. Amora, Ultra Sun. It lived in cold areas in ancient times. It's said that when Amora whinnies, auroras appear in the night sky. Ultra Moon. Amora was restored successfully, but it's not expected to live long because of the heat of the current environment. That one made me sad. That's why I included it, because Amora is one of my favorite fossil Pokemon. So, now that I realize they don't live that long, it's gonna make me sad whenever I have an Amora. Aurorus, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Using its diamond-shaped crystals, it can instantly create a wall of ice to block an opponent's attack. Ultra Moon. This usually quiet and kindly Pokemon has a surface temperature of around negative 240 degrees Fahrenheit. Bergmite, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It blocks opponents' attacks with the ice that shields its body. It uses cold air to repair any cracks with new ice. Avalugg, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Its ice-covered body is as hard as steel. Its cumbersome frame crushes anything that stands in its way. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. The way several Bergmite huddle on its back makes it look like an aircraft carrier made of ice. Crabominable, Pokemon Sun. It aimed for the top but got lost and ended up on a snowy mountain. Being forced to endure the cold, this Pokemon evolved and grew fur. Pokemon Moon. It just throws punches indiscriminately. In times of desperation, it can lop off its own pincers and fire them like rockets. That reminds me of Android 16, I think, from Dragon Ball Z. He has like fist rockets. Ultra Moon. Before it stops to think, it just starts pummeling. There are records of it turning back avalanches with a flurry of punches. Mankey. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Violet. It is extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next instant. Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. It's unsafe to approach if it gets violently enraged for no reason and cannot distinguish friends from foes. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Scarlet. It lives in groups in the treetops. It
Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When Mankey starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign that it is becoming angry. However, because it goes into a towering rage almost instantly, it is impossible for anyone to flee its wrath. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It lives in treetop colonies. If one member of the group becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. Pokemon Moon. Its raging tires it out and causes it to fall asleep, but the anger resonating in its dreams causes it to wake up, which infuriates it all over again. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The smallest of things could cause it to lose its temper because it doesn't hold in its stress. This Pokemon can live a long time. Primate. Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. It stops being angry only when nobody else is around. To view this moment is very difficult. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When Primate becomes furious, its blood circulation is boosted. In turn, its muscles are made even stronger. However, it also becomes much less intelligent at the same time. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White 2. It grows angry if you see its eyes and gets angrier if you run. If you beat it, it gets even madder. Pokemon Sun. It has been known to become so angry that it dies as a result. Its face looks peaceful in death, however. Pokemon Moon. Some researchers theorize that Primate remains angry even when inside a Pokeball. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It will never forgive opponents who have angered it, even after it has beaten them down until they cannot move. It never, ever forgives. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The blood vessels in its brain are sturdier than those of other Pokemon, so it can stay healthy despite its constant raging. Matcha, 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 matcha. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Shield. Always brimming with power, it passes time by lifting boulders. Doing so makes it even stronger. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It loves to work out and build its muscles. It is never satisfied, even if it trains hard all day long. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Machop exercises by hefting around a graveler as if it were a barbell. There's some Machop that travel the world in a quest to master all kinds of martial arts. Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Sword. Its whole body is composed of muscles. Even though it's the size of a human child, it can hurl 100 grown-ups. Pokemon Pearl and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its muscles never cramp, however much it trains. It lives in the mountains away from humans. Pokemon Sun. It loves working out as it gazes at its muscles, which continues to swell day by day. It becomes more and more dedicated to its training. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Once this Pokemon has gained enough confidence and muscle from training with its friends, it challenges Makuhita to a battle. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It likes food that's highly nutritious because its instincts drive it to build muscle efficiently. Machoke, 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 Machoke. Pokemon Yellow. Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. The belt around its waist holds back its energy. Without it, this Pokemon would be unstoppable. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold. It always goes at its full power. But this very tough and durable Pokemon never gets tired. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. The muscle covering its body teem with power. Even when still, it exudes an amazing sense of strength. Pokemon Crystal. This tough Pokemon always stays in the zone. Its muscles become thicker after every battle. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Machoke's thoroughly toned muscles possess the hardness of steel. This Pokemon has so much strength, it can easily hold aloft a sumo wrestler on just one finger. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Machoke undertakes bodybuilding every day, even as it helps people with tough, physically demanding labor. On its day off, this Pokemon heads to the fields and mountains to exercise and train. Pokemon Moon. It willingly assists with hard labor because it knows the work is good training for its muscles. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When it encounters an enemy that's truly mighty, this Pokemon removes the power save belt from its waist and unleashes its full power. Pokemon Ultra Moon. A popular motif for sculptures, its incredibly well-developed muscles have captured the imagination of many an artist. Machamp. Pokemon Red, Blue, Silver, Leaf Green, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. Using its heavy muscles, it throws powerful punches that can send the victim clear over the horizon. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Shield. With 4 arms that react more quickly than it can think, it can execute many punches at once. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Machamp has the power to hurl anything aside. However, trying to do any work requiring care and dexterity causes its arms to get tangled. This Pokemon tends to leap into action before it thinks. Pokemon Fire Red, Diamond, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. It punches with its 4 arms at blinding speed. It can launch 1,000 punches in 2 seconds. Pokemon Emerald. It is impossible to defend against punches and chops doled out by its forearms. Its fighting spirit flares up when it faces a tough opponent. Pokemon Moon. It can lift heavy loads with the greatest of ease. It can even heft dump trucks, but its clumsy fingers prevent it from doing any precision work. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It grasps its opponents with its forearms and twists them up in an intricate hold. People call it the Machamp Special. Pokemon Ultra Moon. With 4 arms, it can attack and defend simultaneously. It's said to have mastered every martial art in the world. Gigantamaxed Machamp. Pokemon Sword. The Gigantamax energy coursing through its arms makes its punches hit as hard as bomb blasts. Pokemon Shield. One of these Pokemon once used its immeasurable strength to lift a large ship that was in trouble. It then carried the ship to port. Galarian Farfetch'd. Pokemon Sword. The Farfetch'd of the Galar region are brave warriors, and they wield thick, tough leeks in battle. Pokemon Shield. The stalks of leeks are thicker and longer in the Galar region. Farfetch'd that adapted to these stalks took on a unique form. Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. When kicking, the sole of its foot turns as hard as a diamond on impact and destroys its enemy. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Sword. This amazing Pokemon has an awesome sense of balance. It can kick in succession from any position. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Hitmonlee's legs freely contract and stretch. Using these spring-like legs, it bowls over foes with devastating kicks. After battle, it rubs down its legs and loosens the muscles to overcome fatigue. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its legs can stretch to double their length. First-time foes are startled by Hitmonlee's extensible reach. Hitmonchan. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Punches in corkscrew fashion. It can punch its way through a concrete wall like a drill. Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. Its punches slice the air. They are launched at such high speed, even a slight graze could cause a burn. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Hitmonchan is said to possess the spirit of a boxer who had been working toward a world championship. This Pokemon has an indomitable spirit and will never give up in the face of adversity. Taurus. Combat breed. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon has a muscular body and excels at close quarters combat. It uses its short horns to strike the opponent's weak spots. Pokemon Violet. This kind of Taurus, known as the combat breed, is distinguished by its thick, powerful muscles and its fierce disposition. Galarian Zapped. wires rub together. They produce a crackling sound like the zapping of electricity. That's why this Pokemon is called Zapdos. Pokemon Shield. One kick from its powerful legs will pulverize a dump truck. Supposedly, this Pokemon runs through the mountains at over 180 miles per hour. Tyrogue. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Sword. It is always bursting with energy to make itself stronger. It keeps on fighting even if it loses. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Shield. Even though it is small, it can't be ignored because it will slug any handy target without warning. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Tyrogue becomes stressed out if it does not get to train every day. When raising this Pokemon, the trainer must establish and uphold various training methods. Hitmontop. Hitmontop. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. If you become enchanted by its smooth, elegant, dance-like kicks, you may get drilled hard. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Shield. After doing a handstand to throw off the opponent's timing, it presents its fancy kick moves. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Hitmontop spins on its head at high speed, all the while delivering kicks. This technique is a remarkable mix of both offense and defense at the same time. The Pokemon travels faster spinning than it does walking. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It fights while spinning like a top. The centrifugal force boosts its destructive power by 10. Makuhita. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Makuhita is tenacious. It will keep getting up and attacking its foe however many times it is knocked down. Every time it gets back up, this Pokemon stores more energy in its body for evolving. Pokemon Emerald. It loves to toughen up its body above all else. If you hear quaking rumbles in a cave, it is the sound of Makuhita undertaking strenuous training. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Violet. It toughens up by slamming into thick trees over and over and over. It gains a sturdy body and dauntless spirit. Pokemon Sun. It was originally brought in from another region, but now Makuhita from Alola are more famous. Pokemon Moon. Their daily routine consists of training together first thing in the morning, eating and napping in the afternoon, and then more training afterward. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It practices its slaps by repeatedly slapping tree trunks. It has been known to slap an executor and get flung away. Pokemon Ultra Moon. There's a rumor of a traditional recipe for stew that trainers can use to raise strong Makuhita. Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Hariyama's thick body may appear fat, but it is actually a hunk of solid muscle. If this Pokemon bears down and tightens all its muscles, its body becomes as hard as a rock. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Violet. It stomps on the ground to build power. It can send a 10-ton truck flying with a straight arm punch. Pokemon Emerald. It has the habit of challenging others without hesitation to tests of strength. It's been known to stand on train tracks and stop trains using 4-arm thrusts. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Pokemon Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It loves to match power with big-bodied Pokemon. It can knock a truck flying with its arm thrusts. Pokemon Sun. It is known for its fantastic strength, but as it grows older, it focuses more on training Makuhita. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Although they enjoy comparing their strength, they're also kind. They value etiquette, praising opponents they battle. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Hariyama that are big and fat aren't necessarily strong. There are some small ones that move nimbly and use moves skillfully. Mega Low Bunny. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It swings its ears like whips and strikes its enemies with them. It has an intensely combative disposition. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Mega Evolution awakens its combative instincts. It has shed any fur that got in the way of its attacks. Riolu. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. The aura that emanates from its body intensifies to alert others if it is afraid or sad. Pokemon Pearl and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its body is lithe yet powerful. It can crest 3 mountains and cross 2 canyons in one night. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. It uses the shape of auras, which change according to emotion, to communicate with others. Pokemon Sun. It can discern the physical and emotional states of people, Pokemon, and other natural things from the shape of their aura waves. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It knows how people in Pokemon feel by looking at their auras. It doesn't approach dangerous opponents. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It uses waves called auras to communicate with others of its kind. It doesn't make any noise during this time, so its enemies can't detect it. Pokemon Sword. It's exceedingly energetic with enough stamina to keep running all through the night. Taking it for walks can be a challenging experience. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Though infantile in appearance, it has the mysterious ability to read the minds of humans. The pure of heart are met with Riolu's approval, while those of ill nature earn only its loathing. Timber. Pokemon Black. It fights by swinging a piece of lumber around. It is close to evolving when it can handle the lumber without difficulty. Pokemon Sword. construction projects. It loves it so much that if rain causes work to halt, it swings its log around and throws a tantrum. Pokemon Shield. Timber that have started carrying logs that are about 3 times their size are nearly ready to evolve. Girder, 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 girder. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon is so muscular and strongly built that even a group of wrestlers could not make it budge an inch. Pokemon White. They strengthen their bodies by carrying steel beams. They show off their big muscles to their friends. Pokemon Sword. It shows off its muscles to Machoke and other Girder. If it fails to measure up to the other Pokemon, it lies low for a little while. Pokemon Shield. Girder excels at demolition. Construction is not its forte. In any case, there's skill in the way this Pokemon wields its metal beam. Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. It is thought that Conkeldurr taught humans how to make concrete more than 2,000 years ago. Pokemon White. They use concrete pillars as walking canes. They know moves that enable them to swing the pillars freely in battle. Concrete mixed by Conkeldurr is much more durable than normal concrete, even when the compositions of the two materials are the same. Pokemon Shield. When going all out, this Pokemon throws aside its concrete pillars and leaps at opponents to pummel them with its fists. Throw. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. When it tightens its belt, it becomes stronger. Wild Throw use vines to weave their own belts. It performs throwing moves with first-rate skill. Over the course of many battles, Throw's belt grows darker as it absorbs its wearer's sweat. Pokemon Shield. They train in groups of 5. Any member that can't keep up will discard its belt and leave the group. Sock. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Tying their belts gets them pumped and makes their punches more destructive. Disturbing their training angers them. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Desiring the strongest karate chop, they seclude themselves in mountains and train without sleeping. Pokemon Shield. The karate chops of a sock that's trained itself to the limit can cleave the ocean itself. Mienfoo. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. In fights, they dominate with onslaughts of flowing, continuous attacks. With their sharp claws, they cut enemies. Pokemon White. They have mastered elegant combos. As they concentrate, their battle moves become swifter and more precise. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They can often be seen in packs in the morning, slowly moving their bodies through a series of poses. Pokemon Ultra Moon. They seclude themselves in the mountains and devote themselves to training. The form of their kicks and chops differs from pack to pack. Pokemon Sword. In 1 minute, a well-trained its arms more than 100 times. Mienshao. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. It wields the fur on its arms like a whip. Its arms' attacks come with such rapidity that they cannot even be seen. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When Mienshao lets out a bizarre wail, you're in danger. A flurry of kicks and chops too fast to see is about to be unleashed. Pokemon Sword. When Mienshao comes across a truly challenging opponent, it will lighten itself by biting off the fur on its arms. Pancham. Pancham. Pokemon Y and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. It does its level best to glare and pull a scary face, but it can't help grinning if anyone pats its head. Pokemon Moon. There's no point to the leaf in its mouth, aside from an effort to look cool. It's mischievous, so it's not well suited to inexperienced trainers. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It follows Pangoro around like a henchman. When Pancham makes a big mistake, its leaf gets taken away. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It's desperate to intimidate its opponents. Be nice and pretend to be scared if you catch it glaring at you intensely. Pokemon Sword. It chooses a Pangoro as its master and then imitates its master's actions. This is how it learns to battle and hunt for prey. Hallelujah. Pokemon X and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Although its body is small, its proficient fighting skills enable it to keep up with big bruisers like Machamp and Hariyama. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It overwhelms opponents with quick moves, but sometimes it showboats for too long when it's using a special move and gets itself into a pinch. Pokemon Ultra Moon. In combat, Hawlucha leaps nimbly about, taking advantage of its opponent's blind spots. It's also skilled at using superb submission holds. Pokemon Scarlet. Its elegant finishing moves, performed by nimbly leaping around using its wings, are polished in the forest where it was born and raised. Pokemon Violet. Hawlucha live quietly without flocking together. They fight constantly with their natural enemies. Noisy groups of primate. Hisuian Decidueye. Pokemon Legends Arceus. The air stored inside the rachises of Decidueye's feathers insulates the Pokemon against Hisui's extreme cold. This is firm proof that evolution can be influenced by environment. Crabrawler. Pokemon Sun. While guarding its weak points with its pincers, it looks for an opening and unleashes punches. When it loses, it foams at the mouth and faints. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its hard pincers are well suited to both offense and defense. Fights between two Crabrawler are like boxing matches. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Crabrawler has been known to mistake Exeggutor for a coconut tree and climb it. The enraged Exeggutor shakes it off and stomps it. Pokemon Violet. If it loses its pincers, they'll quickly regrow. The pincers are popular ingredients in paella, since their shells produce a tasty soup stock. Stuffle, Pokemon Sun. Despite its adorable appearance, when it gets angry and flails about, its arms and legs could knock a pro wrestler sprawling. Pokemon Moon. A touch from anyone except a known friend sends it into a surging frenzy. It's an incredibly dangerous Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It boasts power enough to split large trees in half. The organ on its rear releases an odor that it uses to communicate with others of its kind. Pokemon Sword. Its fluffy fur is a delight to pet, but carelessly reaching out to touch this Pokemon could result in painful retaliation. Beware. Pokemon Sun. This immensely dangerous Pokemon possesses overwhelming physical strength. Its habitat is generally off limits. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon has the habit of hugging its companions. Many trainers have left this world after their spines were squashed by its hug. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It boasts tremendous physical strength. Many people call it the most dangerous Pokemon in the Alola region. Pokemon Shield. The moves it uses to take down its prey would make a martial artist jealous. It tucks subdued prey under its arms to carry them to its nest. Passimian. Pokemon Moon. They battle with hard berries for weapons. Their techniques are passed from the boss to the group, generation upon generation. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They use their saliva to stick leaves to their shoulders. You can tell what troop they belong to from the position of the leaves. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Berries are its weapon as well as the staple of its diet. The one that can throw a berry the farthest is the boss of the troop. Pokemon Shield. Passimians live in groups of about 20, with each member performing an assigned role. Through cooperation, the group survives. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon battles by throwing hard berries. It won't obey a trainer who throws Pokeballs without skill. Clobopus. Pokemon Sword. It's very curious, but its means of investigating things is to try to punch them with its tentacles. The search for food is what brings it onto land. Pokemon Shield. Its tentacles tear off easily, but it isn't alarmed when that happens. It knows they'll grow back. It's about as smart as a 3-year-old. Graplocked. Pokemon Sword. A body made up of nothing but muscle makes the grappling moves this Pokemon performs with its tentacles tremendously powerful. Pokemon Shield. Searching for an opponent to test its skills against, it emerges onto land. Once the battle is over, it returns to the sea. Sir-fetched. Pokemon Sword. Only far-fetched that have survived many battles can attain this evolution. When this Pokemon's leek withers, it will retire from combat. Pokemon Shield. After deflecting attacks with its hard leaf shield, it strikes back with its sharp leek stalk. The leek both weapon and food. Phalanx. Phalanx. Pokemon Sword. 5 of them are troopers, and 1 is the brass. The brass's orders are absolute. Pokemon Shield. The 6 of them work together as one Pokemon. Teamwork is also their battle strategy, and they constantly change their formation as they fight. Pokemon Scarlet. The brass, which is the one that stands at the front and issues orders, is the strongest and smartest of the 6. Pokemon Violet. The leader, known as the brass, uses its extendable horn to issue orders to the others when it's time to change formation. Zamazenta, hero of many battles. Pokemon Sword. In times past. In times past, it worked together with a king of the people to save the Galar region. It absorbs metal that it then uses in battle. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon slept for eons while in the form of a statue. It was asleep for so long, people forgot that it ever existed. Kubfu. Kubfu. Pokemon Sword. Kubfu trains hard to perfect its moves. The moves it masters will determine which form it takes when it evolves. Pokemon Shield. If Kubfu pulls the long white hair on its head, its fighting spirit heightens and power wells up from the depths of its belly. Flamigo. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon apparently ties the base of its neck into a knot so that energy stored in its belly does not escape from its beak. Pokemon Violet. Thanks to a behavior of theirs known as synchronizing, an entire flock of these Pokemon can attack simultaneously in perfect harmony. Annihilate. Pokemon Scarlet. When its anger rose beyond a critical point, this Pokemon gained power that is unfettered by the limits of its physical body. Pokemon Violet. It imbues its fists with the power of the rage that it kept hidden in its heart. Opponents struck by this imbued fist will be shattered to their core. Slitherwing. Slitherwing. Pokemon Violet. This Pokemon somewhat resembles an ancient form of Volcarona that was introduced in a dubious magazine. Iron Valiant. Pokemon Scarlet. It has some similarities to a mad scientist's invention, covered in a paranormal magazine. Ekans. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. Moves silently and stealthily, eats the eggs of birds such as Pidgey and Spearow whole. Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. The older it gets,
Sapphire.
Ekans curls itself up in a spiral while it rests, assuming this position allows it to quickly respond to a threat from any direction with a glare from its upraised head. Arbok, 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 Arbok. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. It is rumored that the ferocious warning markings on its belly differ from area to area. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. The frightening patterns on its belly have been studied. 6 variations have been confirmed. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold, transfixing prey with a face-like pattern on its belly. It binds and poisons the frightened victim. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Y. To intimidate foes, it spreads its chest wide and makes eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon is terrifically strong in order to constrict things with its body. It can even flatten steel oil drums. Once Arbok wraps its body around its foe, escaping its crunching embrace is impossible. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The latest research has determined that there are over 20 possible arrangements of the patterns on its stomach. Nidoran. Female. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Although small, its venomous barbs render this Pokemon dangerous. The female has smaller horns. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. The poison hidden in its small horn is extremely potent. Even a tiny scratch can have fatal results. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. Although not very combative, it will torment its foes with poison spikes if it is threatened in any way. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Nidoran has barbs that secrete a powerful poison. They are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokemon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. Pokemon Sword. Females are more sensitive to smells than males. While foraging, they'll use their whiskers to check wind direction and stay downwind of predators. Pokemon Shield. It uses its hard incisor teeth to crush and eat berries. The tip of a female Nidoran's horn is a bit more rounded than the tip of a male's horn. Nidorina. first chews and tenderizes the food, then spits it out for the offspring. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When Nidorina are with their friends or family, they keep their barbs tucked away to prevent hurting each other. This Pokemon appears to become nervous if separated from the others. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. When it senses danger, it raises all the barbs on its body. These barbs grow slower than Nidorino's. Pokemon Sword. The horn on its head has atrophied. It's thought that this happens so Nidorina's children won't get poked while their mother is feeding them. Nidoran, male. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. Stiffens its ears to sense danger. The larger its horns, the more powerful its secreted venom. Pokemon Crystal. It constantly moves its large ears in many directions in order to detect danger right away. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Nidoran has developed muscles for moving its ears, thanks to them. The ears can be freely moved in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokemon's notice. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Y. Its large ears are flapped like wings when it is listening to distant sounds. It extends toxic barbs when angered. Pokemon Shield. Small but brave. This Pokemon will hold its ground and even risk its life in battle to protect the female it's friendly with. Nidorino. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Its horns contain venom. If they are stabbed into an enemy, the impact makes the poison leak out. Pokemon Fire Red. It is easily angered by swinging its well-developed horn wildly. It can even punch through diamond. Pokemon Sword. With a horn that's harder than diamond, this Pokemon goes around shattering boulders as it searches for a moonstone. Pokemon Shield. It's nervous and quick to act aggressively. The potency of its poison increases along with the level of adrenaline present in its body. Zubat. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Zubat remains quietly unmoving in a dark spot during the bright daylight hours. It does so because prolonged exposure to the sun causes its body to become slightly burned. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Y. It has no eyes. Instead, it relies on its ultrasonic cries for echolocation to exposed to sunlight, they suffer burns. The frequency of their ultrasonic waves can differ slightly from colony to colony. Pokemon Shield. Zubat live in caves down where the sun's light won't reach. In the morning, they gather together to keep each other warm as they sleep. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It makes its home in gloomy caves. Atrophied eyes have left this Pokemon blind, so it scans its surroundings via sound waves that it emits from its mouth as it flies. Golbat. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Once it strikes, it will not stop draining energy from the victim, even if it gets too heavy to fly. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. However hard its victim's hide may be, it punctures with sharp fangs and gorges itself with blood. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It can drink more than 10 ounces of blood at once. If it has too much, it gets heavy and flies clumsily. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Golbat bites down on prey with its 4 fangs and drinks the victim's blood. It becomes active on inky, dark, moonless nights, flying around to attack people and Pokemon. Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. It loves the blood of humans and Pokemon. It flies around at night in search of neck veins. Pokemon Moon. Sometimes they drink so much blood they can't fly anymore. Then they fall to the ground and become food for other Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Every once in a while you'll see a Golbat that's missing some fangs. This happens when hunger drives it to try biting a steel-type Pokemon. Pokemon Sword. It loves to drink other creatures' blood. It's said that if it finds others of its kind going hungry, it sometimes shares the blood it's gathered. Grimer. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. Appears in filthy areas, thrives by sucking up polluted sludge that is pumped out of factories. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. As it moves, it loses bits of its body from which new Grimer emerge. This worsens the stench around it. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. Wherever Grimer has passed, so many germs are left behind that no plants will ever grow again. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Violet. When 2 of these Pokemon's bodies are combined together, new poisons are created. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Grimer's sludgy and rubbery body can be forced through any opening, however small it may be. This Pokemon enters sewer pipes to drink filthy wastewater. Pokemon Moon. It was born from sludge transformed by exposure to X-rays from the moon. When its internal load of germs decreases, it dies. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It was born sludge on the ocean floor. In a sterile environment, the germs within its body can't multiply, and it dies. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The wastewater coming from factories is clean these days, so Grimer have nothing to eat. They're said to be on the verge of extinction. Muck, 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 muck. Pokemon Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. Smells so awful it can cause fainting. Through degeneration, it lost its sense of smell. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. Its body is made of a powerful poison. Touching it accidentally will cause a fever that requires bed rest. Pokemon Crystal. As it moves, a very strong poison leaks from it, making the ground there barren for 3 years. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon's favorite food is anything that is repugnantly filthy. In dirty towns where people think nothing of throwing away litter on the streets, muck are certain to gather. Pokemon Emerald. It prefers warm and humid habitats. In the summertime, the toxic substances in its body intensify, making muck reek like putrid kitchen garbage. Pokemon Moon. After recent environmental improvements, this Pokemon is now hardly seen at all. People speculate that it may go extinct at some point. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Their food sources have decreased, and their numbers have declined sharply. Sludge ponds are being built to prevent their extinction. Coughing. Coughing. Pokemon Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. In hot places, its internal gases could expand and explode without any warning. Be very careful. Pokemon Gold, Fire Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. Its thin, filmy body is filled with gases that cause constant sniffles, coughs, and teary eyes. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Coughing embodies toxic substances. It mixes the toxins with raw garbage to set off a chemical reaction that results in a terribly powerful poison gas. The higher the temperature, the more gas is concocted by this Pokemon. Pokemon Emerald. Getting up close to a coughing will give you a chance to observe, through its thin skin, the toxic gases swirling inside. It blows up at the slightest stimulation. Pokemon Sword. Its body is full of poisonous gas. It floats into garbage dumps, seeking out the fumes of raw, rotting trash. Wheezing. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. Where 2 kinds of poison gases meet, 2 coughings can fuse into a wheezing over many years. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. Top grade perfume is made using reducing its internal poison gases by diluting them to the highest level. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Wheezing loves the gases given off by rotted kitchen garbage. This Pokemon will find a dirty, unkempt house and make it its home at night. When the people in the house are asleep, it will go through the trash. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Wheezing alternately shrinks and inflates its twin bodies to mix together toxic gases inside. The more the gases are mixed, the more powerful the toxins become. The Pokemon also becomes more putrid. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Y. Very rarely, a sudden mutation can result in two small coughing twins becoming conjoined as a wheezing. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It grows by feeding on gases released by garbage. Though very rare, triplets have been found. Pokemon Shield. It can't suck in air quite as well as a Galarian wheezing, but the toxin it creates are more potent than those of its counterpart. Crobat. Crobat. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Pokemon Soul Silver. The development of wings on its leg enables it to fly fast, but also makes it tough to stop and rest. Pokemon Crystal. As a result of its pursuit of faster, yet more silent flight, a new set of wings grew on its hind legs. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. If this Pokemon is flying by fluttering, only a pair of wings on either the forelegs or hind legs, it's proof that Crobat has been flying a long distance. It switches the wings it uses if it is tired. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. The transformation of its legs into wings made it better at flying, but more clumsy at walking. Pokemon Sun. Both its legs became wings, and as a result, it can't move well on the ground. All it can do is crawl around. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It feeds on the blood of living people and Pokemon. If it can't drink any blood for even a short while, it becomes weak and unable to fly. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon flaps its four wings skillfully. Crobat can fly through cramped caves without needing to slow down. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its hind limbs have become another set of wings. Crobat expertly maneuvers its four wings to dart in exquisite fashion through even the most confined caves without losing any speed. Hisuian Sneasel. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This Pokemon shares roots with the Sneasel of Hisui, but This one is spiteful in personality. I hypothesize that water and earth can affect Sneasel's mind and body. Gulpin. Gulpin. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Virtually all of Gulpin's body is its stomach. As a result, it can swallow something its own size. This Pokemon's stomach contains a special fluid that digests anything. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Most of Gulpin's body is made up of its stomach. Its heart and brain are very small in comparison. This Pokemon's stomach contains special enzymes that dissolve anything. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Scarlet. There is nothing its stomach can't digest. While it is digesting, vile, overpowering gases are expelled. Pokemon Emerald. This Pokemon's stomach fluid can even digest scrap iron in one gulp. It can swallow something that is as large as itself. Swallowed. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. When Swallow spots prey, it spurts out a hideously toxic fluid from its pores and sprays the target. Once the prey has weakened, this Pokemon gulps it down whole with its cavernous mouth. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Swallowed has no teeth. So what? It eats, it swallows whole. No matter what, its cavernous mouth yawns widely. An automobile tire could easily fit inside this Pokemon's mouth. Pokemon Emerald. Its powerful stomach acid is capable of digesting almost anything. The one thing in the whole world a Swallow can't digest is its own stomach. Survivor. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Survivor shares a generations-long feud with Zangoose. The scars on its body are evidence of vicious battles. This Pokemon attacks using its sword-edged tail. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Survivor's sword-like tail serves two purposes. It slashes foes and douses them with secreted poison. This Pokemon will not give up its long-running blood feud with Zangoose. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Scarlet. It sharpens its sword-like tail on hard rocks. It hides in tall grass and strikes unwary prey with venomous fangs. Croagunk, 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 Croagunk. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. Inflating its poison sacs, it makes an eerie, blubbering sound for intimidation. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Fluid squeezed from its finger, albeit poisonous, is a significant ingredient in and remedies for lower back pain. Pokemon Shield. Once diluted, its poison becomes medicinal. This Pokemon came into popularity after a pharmaceutical company chose it as a mascot. Pokemon Legends Arceus, a poison wielder with a dastardly personality. Despite such qualities, this species is afforded a measure of popularity due to its peculiar cry and comical features. Trubbish. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Inhaling the gas they belch will make you sleep for a week. They prefer unsanitary places. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. The combination of garbage bags and industrial waste caused the chemical reaction that created this Pokemon. Pokemon Black and White too. Wanting more garbage, they follow people who litter. They always belch poison gas. Pokemon Moon. It gorges on trash until its stomach is full. Then it belches toxic gas. An unlucky whiff of gas will put a person in the hospital. Pokemon Sun. Unsanitary places are what they like best. They can be spotted in Alola, often with Grimer in hot pursuit. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Poison gas leaks out of it when it breathes. Muck that catch a whiff of that stench will come drooling. Pokemon Ultra Moon. If a young Pokemon or child breathes in the toxic gas that Trubbish belches out, it could be a life-threatening situation. Pokemon Sword. Its favorite places are unsanitary ones. If you leave trash lying around, you could even find one of these Pokemon living in your room. Garbodor. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Ruby. It clenches opponents with its left arm and finishes them off with foul-smelling poison gas belched from its mouth. Pokemon White. They absorb garbage and make it part of their bodies. They shoot a poisonous liquid from their right hand fingertips. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Consuming garbage makes new kinds of poison gases and liquids inside their bodies. Pokemon Sun. Beware the poisonous liquid it shoots from its right arm. If even a little of it gets on you, you'll experience the effects of the unidentified toxin. Pokemon Moon. For a time, their numbers increased explosively in Alola. Since the arrival of Grimer, their population has decreased dramatically. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It locks opponents in place with its left hand, immobilizing them by entirely dousing their bodies with poisonous liquid. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Some say the reason Garbodor in Alola are a little stronger than their counterparts elsewhere is the presence of Sword. This Pokemon eats trash, which turns into poison inside its body. The main component of the poison depends on what sort of trash was eaten. Gigantamax Garbodor. Pokemon Sword. Due to Gigantamax energy, this Pokemon's toxic gas has become much thicker, congealing into masses shaped like discarded toys. Pokemon Shield. It sprays toxic gas from its mouth and fingers. If the gas engulfs you, the toxins will seep in all the way down to your bones. Nihiligo. Pokemon Moon. One of the Ultra Beasts. It's unclear whether or not this Pokemon is sentient, but sometimes it can be observed behaving like a young girl. Pokemon Ultra Sun. A life form from another world. It was dubbed a UB and is thought to produce a strong neurotoxin. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It appeared in this world from an ultra wormhole. Nihiligo appears to be a parasite that lives by feeding on people and Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Moon. An ultra beast that lives in a different world. It cackles wildly as it sprays its opponents with poison from the needles on its head. Sneasler. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Because of Sneasler's virulent poison and daunting physical prowess, no other species could hope to best it on the frozen highlands. Preferring solitude, this species does not form packs. Shroodle. Pokemon Scarlet. Though usually a mellow Pokemon, it will sink its sharp, poison-soaked front teeth into any that anger it, causing paralysis in the object of its ire. Gruffy. Pokemon Scarlet. The color of the poisonous saliva depends on what the Pokemon eats. Gruffy covers its fingers in its saliva and draws patterns on trees in forests. Glimmet. Pokemon Scarlet. It absorbs nutrients from cave walls. The petals it wears are made of crystallized poison. Pokemon Violet. Glimmet's toxic mineral crystals look just like flower petals. This Pokemon scatters poisonous powder like pollen to protect itself. Glimmora. Pokemon Violet. Glimmora's petals are made of crystallized poison energy. It has recently become evident that these petals resemble Terra Jewels. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. Okie dokie. Pokemon Scarlet. After all its muscles were stimulated by the toxic chain around its neck, Okie dokie transformed and gained a powerful physique. Pokemon Violet. Okie dokie is a ruffian with a short temper. It can pulverize anything by swinging around the chain on its Sandshrew. Pokemon Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. Its body is dry. When it gets cold at night, its hide is said to become coated with a fine dew. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. If it fell from a great height, this Pokemon could save itself by rolling into a ball and bouncing. Pokemon Moon. It usually makes its home in deserts and zones where rain does not fall. It digs holes to catch bug-type Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When its skin gets wrinkled from moisture, it heads for a volcano. It lies flat on a spot with a lot of geothermal heat and dries itself out. Pokemon Sword. It loves to bathe in the grit of dry, sandy areas. By sunbathing, the Pokemon rids itself of dirt and moisture clinging to its body. Sand Slash. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. If it digs at an incredible pace, it may snap off its spikes and claws. They grow back in a day. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Sandslash's body is covered by tough spikes, which are hardened sections of its hide. Once a year, the old spikes fall out to be replaced with new spikes that grow out from beneath the old ones. Pokemon Emerald. It curls up in a ball to protect itself from enemy attacks. It also curls up to prevent heat stroke during the daytime when temperatures rise sharply. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its claws and horns often break off. The broken claws and horns can be used to carve plows for tilling farm fields. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Thanks to its thick claws, it's good at climbing trees. There are plenty of Sandslash that park themselves in trees and go right to sleep. Pokemon Shield. It climbs trees by hooking on with its sharp claws. Sandslash shares the berries it gathers, dropping them down to Sandshrew, waiting below the tree. Nidoqueen, Nidoqueen. Pokemon Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. Tough scales cover the sturdy body of this Pokemon. It appears that the scales grow in cycles. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It uses its scaly, rugged body to seal the entrance of its nest and protect its young from predators. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Nidoqueen's body is encased in extremely hard scales. It is adept at sending foes flying with harsh tackles. This Pokemon is at its strongest when it is defending its young. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Y. The body is covered by stiff, needle-like scales. If it becomes excited, the needles bristles outwards. Pokemon Shield. It pacifies offspring by placing them in gaps between the spines on its back. The spines will never secrete poison while young are present. Nidoking, 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 Nidoking. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It uses its powerful tail in battle to smash, constrict, then and Soul Silver. Its tail is thick and powerful. If it binds an enemy, it can snap the victim's spine quite easily. Pokemon Crystal. It uses its thick arms, legs, and tail to attack forcefully. Melee combat is its specialty. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon X. It is recognized by its rock-hard hide and its extended horn. Be careful with the horn as it contains venom. Pokemon Sword. When it goes on a rampage, it's impossible to control. But in the presence of a Nidoqueen it's lived with for a long time, Nidoking calms down. Tickle-a-tick, 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 tickle-a-tick. Diglett. Pokemon Yellow. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. It prefers dark places. It spends most of its time underground, though it may pop up in caves. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, Pokemon Y, and Violet. Its skin is very thin. If it is exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. Pokemon Crystal. It digs underground and chews on tree roots, sticking its head out only when the sun isn't bright. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Diglett are raised in most farms. The reason is simple. Wherever this Pokemon burrows, the soil is left perfectly tilled for planting crops. This soil is made ideal for growing delicious vegetables. Pokemon Moon. Many farmers cherish and nurture Diglett because its droppings enrich the soil it lives in. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Around their crops, farmers plant the kind of tree that Diglett like to eat as a way of getting Diglett to plow the fields for them. Dugtrio. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Sword. A team of Diglett triplets. It triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Scarlet. Its 3 heads bob separately up and down to loosen the soil nearby, making it easier for it to burrow. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Dugtrio are actually triplets that emerged from one body. As a result, each triplet thinks exactly like the other 2 triplets. They work cooperatively to burrow endlessly. Pokemon Moon. Despite the closeness between this Pokemon and farmers and other people, no one has ever seen the parts of it concealed underground. Pokemon Ultra Sun. While the 3 of them normally get along splendidly, on rare occasions a huge fight will break out over which head gets to eat first. Geodude. Pokemon Yellow. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. Commonly found near mountain trails and etc. If you step on one by accident, it gets angry. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. Most people may not notice, but a closer look should reveal that there are many Geodude around. Pokemon Crystal. Proud of their sturdy bodies, they bash against each other in a contest to prove whose is harder. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Geodude sleeps deeply, it buries itself halfway into the ground. It will not awaken even if hikers step on it unwittingly. In the morning, this Pokemon rolls downhill in search of food. Pokemon Fire Red. Its round form makes it easy to pick up. Some people have used them to hurl at each other in a snowball fight. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Geodude that have lived a long life have had all their edges smoothed out until they're totally round. They also have a calm, quiet disposition. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It uses both hands to climb precipitous cliffs. People who see it in action have been known to take up bouldering. Pokemon Legends Arceus makes its home in mountainous regions, using its arm to climb along harsh mountain roads. Can be troublesome. Carelessly kicking one will cause it to fly into a rage and chase after you. Graveler. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Often seen rolling down mountain trails, obstacles are just things to roll straight over, not avoid. Pokemon Crystal. It travels by rolling on mountain paths. If it gains too much speed, it stops by running into huge rocks. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Graveler grows by feeding on rocks. Apparently, it prefers to eat rocks that are covered in moss. This Pokemon eats its way through a ton of rocks on a daily basis. Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. Graveler make their homes on sheer cliff faces by gouging out numerous horizontal holes. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It travels by rolling down cliffs. If it falls into a river, it will explode with its last gasp. Golem. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green. Its boulder-like body is extremely hard. It can easily withstand dynamite blasts without damage. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Once it sheds its skin, its body turns tender and whitish. Its hide hardens when it's exposed to air. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It is capable of blowing itself up. It uses this explosive force to jump from mountain to mountain. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Golem is known for rolling down from mountains to prevent them from rolling into the homes of people downhill. Grooves have been dug into the sides of mountains to serve as guideways for diverting this Pokemon's course. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When Golem grows old, they stop shedding their shells. Those that have lived a long, long time have shells green with moss. Pokemon Legends Arceus. The rock-like shell is shed each year. The cast-off shell then crumbles, reverting to a mass of soil which can be spread across fields to promote crop growth. Onyx. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green. As it grows, the stone portion of its body hardens to become similar to a diamond but colored black. Pokemon Yellow. Pokemon X, Let's Go Pikachu,
its body becomes increasingly rounder and smoother. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Y. It usually lives underground. It searches for food while boring its way through the ground at 50 miles per hour. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This chain of immense stone resembles a giant serpent. Tremor shakes the earth above as it burrows deep beneath the ground, feeding on boulders as it goes. Cubone. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen this Pokemon's real face. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. It wears the skull of its deceased mother. Its cries echo inside the skull and come out as a sad melody. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Cubone pines for the mother it will never see again. Seeing a likeness of its mother in the full moon, it cries. The stains on the skull the Pokemon wears are made by the tears it sheds. Pokemon Moon. The skull it wears on its head is that of its dead mother. According to some, it will evolve when it comes to terms with the pain of her death. Pokemon Ultra Sun. At night, it weeps loudly for its dead mother, but those cries only attract its natural enemy, Mandibuzz. Marowak. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Small and weak. This Pokemon is adept with its Bone Club. It has grown more vicious over the ages. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It has been seen pounding boulders with the bone it carries in order to tap out messages to others. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It collects bones from an unknown place. A Marowak graveyard exists somewhere in the world, rumors say. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Marowak is the evolved form of a Cubone that has overcome its sadness at the loss of its mother and grown tough. This Pokemon's tempered and hardened spirit is not easily broken. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It throws bones at Mandibuzz to knock it down. It's thought that Marowak is trying to avenge its parent. Rhyhorn. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. It is inept at turning because of its 4 short legs. It can only charge and run in one direction. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Rhyhorn runs in a straight line, smashing everything in its path. It is not bothered even if it rushes headlong into a block of steel. This Pokemon may feel some pain from the collision the next day, however. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Rhyhorn's brain is very small. It is so dense, while on a run, it forgets why it started running in the first place. It apparently remembers sometimes if it demolishes something. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Ludicrously strong. When it butts heads with a mountain, it is the mountain that shatters. But its short legs struggle with turns, and it is incapable of stopping unless it collides with something. Rhydon. Pokemon Yellow.
shows signs of intelligence. Its armor-like hide even repels molten lava. Pokemon Silver, Diamond, Pearl, Soul Silver, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Its brain developed when it began walking on hind legs. Its thick hide protects it even in magma. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Rhydon has a horn that serves as a drill. It is used for destroying rocks and boulders. This Pokemon occasionally rams into streams of magma, but the armor-like hide prevents it from feeling the heat. Whooper, 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 whooper. Pokemon Crystal. A mucus membrane covers its body. Touching it barehanded will cause a shooting pain. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Whooper usually lives in water. However, it occasionally comes out onto land in search of food. On land, it coats its body with a gooey, toxic film. Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. It lives in cold water, half burying itself in mud at the bottom to sleep. Paldean Whooper. Pokemon Scarlet. After losing a territorial struggle, Whooper began living on land. The Pokemon changed over time, developing a poisonous film to protect its body. Quagsire. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. This carefree Pokemon has an easygoing nature. While swimming, it always bumps into boat hulls. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Quagsire hunts for food by leaving its mouth wide open in water and waiting for its prey to blunder in unaware. Because the Pokemon does not move, it does not get very hungry. Gligar, 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 Gligar. Pokemon Crystal. It builds its nest on a steep cliff. When it is done gliding, it hops along the ground back to its nest. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Gligar glides through the air without a sound, as if it were sliding. This Pokemon hangs onto the face of its foe, using its clawed hind legs and the large pincers on its forelegs, then injects the prey with its poison barb. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its tail is tipped by a thick, horrible stinger. To bring down prey, it will first obscure their vision by covering their faces with its body, and then it will use the stinger to inject them with venom. Fanpy. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. As a sign of affection, it bumps with its snout. However, it is so strong, it may send you flying. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Fanpy uses its long nose to shower itself. When others gather around, they thoroughly douse each other with water. These Pokemon can be seen drying their soaking wet bodies at the edge of water. Pokemon Emerald. Fanpy's big ears serve as broad fans. When it becomes hot, it flaps the ears busily to cool down. Even the young are very strong. Pokemon Violet. It is far stronger than it appears. If a Fanpy is swinging its trunk around and your arm gets hit by it, your arm bone will shatter. Dawn Fan. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Dawn Fan's favorite attack is curling its body into a ball, then charging at its foe while rolling at high speed. Once it starts rolling, this Pokemon can't stop very easily. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It attacks by curling up, then rolling into its foe. It can blow apart a house in one hit. Pokemon Scarlet. Donphan is covered in tough hide, so even being hit by a car won't faze this Pokemon. However, it is extremely susceptible to rain. Larvitar. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. It feeds on soil. After it has eaten a large mountain, it will fall asleep so it can grow. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Larvitar is born deep under the ground to come up to the surface. This Pokemon must eat its way through the soil above. Until it does so, Larvitar cannot see its parent's face. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Raised on nutrients it finds in the dirt, it eats roughly a mountain's worth of dirt before it becomes a pupa. Pupitar. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. Even sealed in its shell, it can move freely, hard and fast. It has outstanding destructive power. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Shield. It will not stay still even while it's a pupa. It already has arms and legs under its solid shell. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This troublesome Pokemon can't wait to evolve, so it relieves its stress by wildly propelling itself around using compressed gas. Marshtomp. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. The surface of Marshtomp's body is enveloped by a thin, sticky film that enables it to live on land. This Pokemon plays in mud on beaches when the ocean tide is low. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Marshtomp is much faster at traveling through mud than it is at swimming. This Pokemon's hindquarters exhibit obvious development, giving it the ability to walk on just its hind legs. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. It is at its best when on muddy ground with poor footing. It quickly overwhelms foes struggling in mud. Swampert and Mega Swampert. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Swampert predicts storms by sensing subtle differences in the sounds of waves and tidal winds with its fins. If a storm is approaching, it piles up boulders to protect itself. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Its arms are rock hard. With one swing, they can batter down its foe. It makes its nest on beautiful beaches. Trapinch, 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 Trapinch. Pokemon Emerald. Its big jaws crunch punch through boulders because its head is so big. It has a hard time getting back upright if it tips over onto its back. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. Its nest is a sloped, bowl-like pit in the desert. Once something has fallen in, there is no escape. Pokemon Sun. It can live for a week without eating a thing. It waits patiently at the bottom of its nest for prey to appear. Vibrava. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. To make prey faint, Vibrava generates ultrasonic waves by vigorously making its two wings vibrate. This Pokemon's ultrasonic waves are so powerful they can bring on headaches in people. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Vibrava's wings have not yet completed the process of growing. Rather than flying long distances, they are more useful for generating ultrasonic waves by vibrating. Pokemon Moon and Pokemon Shield. To help make its wings grow, it dissolves quantities of prey in its digestive juices and guzzles them down every day. Flygon. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Flygon is nicknamed the elemental spirit of the desert because its flapping wings whip up a cloud of sand. This Pokemon is always enveloped in a sandstorm while flying. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. It hides itself by kicking up desert sand with its wings. Red covers shield its eyes from sand. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Flygon cause sandstorms that conceal Crocodile. The team then splits the prey they catch. Pokemon Ultra Moon. People continue to have their hearts stolen by its enchanting songs and find themselves stranded in the desert. I didn't know Flygon could sing. Barboach. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Shining Pearl. Its whiskers make a superb radar. They are used to locate prey even in the murkiest of water. Pokemon Moon. Its slippery body is hard to grasp, so much so that there are festivals where people compete to see how many they can catch barehanded. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its whiskers are filled with nerves. They can sense smells and flavors just as a person's nose or tongue would. Whiskash. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Whiskash is extremely territorial. Just one of these Pokemon will claim a large pond as its exclusive territory. If a foe approaches it, it thrashes about and triggers a massive earthquake. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Sword. It makes its nest at the bottom of swamps. It will eat anything if it is alive. Whiskash will eat it. Pokemon Emerald. Mysteriously, it can foretell earthquakes. In the daytime, Gastrodon West C form. Pokemon Sun. It has strong regenerative capabilities, even if parts of it are bitten off by fish Pokemon. It will return to normal within a few hours. Gastrodon East C form. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When it's attacked, it gushes a purple liquid that's not poisonous, but makes Gastrodon's meat bitter and inedible. Gibble. Pokemon Platinum and Shining Pearl. It attacks using its huge mouth. While its attacks are powerful, it hurts itself out of clumsiness too. Pokemon Sun. It lives in caves warmed by geothermal heat. Even so, when the weather gets cold, it will huddle close with others of its kind. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its original home is an area much hotter than Alola. If you're planning to live with one, your heating bill will soar. Pokemon Shield. Gibble attacks anything that moves, and it drags whatever it catches onto the crevice that is its lair. Despite the big mouth, Gibble's stomach is small. Gabite. Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Scarlet. In rare cases, it molts and sheds its scales. Medicine containing its scales as an ingredient will make a weary body feel invigorated. Pokemon Moon. Shiny objects are its passion. It can be found in its cave, scarcely moving, its gaze fixed on the jewels it's amassed or carbink it has caught. Pokemon Shield. Jewels are buried in the caves these Pokemon nest in, but you'll be torn apart by claws and fangs the moment you enter one of these caves. Garchomp. Pokemon Sun. It can fly at speeds rivaling jet planes. It dives into flocks of bird Pokemon and gulps the entire flock down whole. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It flies at the speed of sound while searching for prey, and it has mid-air battles with Salamence as the two compete for food. Pokemon Sword. Garchomp makes its home in volcanic mountains. It flies through the sky as fast as a jet plane, hunting down as much prey as it can. Mega Garchomp. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its arms and wings melted into something like scythes. Mad with rage, it rampages on and on. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its disposition is more vicious than before its Mega Evolution. Garchomp carves its opponents up with the scythes on both arms. Hippopotas. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. It lives in arid places. Instead of perspiration, it expels grainy sand from its body. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, Shining Pearl, and Pokemon Violet. It enshrouds itself with sand to protect itself from germs. It does not enjoy getting wet. Pokemon Sword. It moves through the sand with its mouth open, swallowing sand along with its prey. It gets rid of the sand by spouting it from its nose. Hippowdon, Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. Its huge mouth is almost 7 feet across. It has enough power to completely crush a car. Pokemon Sword. Stones can get stuck in the ports on their bodies. Dwebble helped dislodge such stones, so Hippowdon look after these Pokemon. Pokemon Shield. When roused to violence by its rage, it spews out the quantities of sand it has swallowed and whips up a sandstorm. Rhyperior. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It puts rocks and holes in its palms and uses its muscles to shoot them. Geodude are shot at rare times. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. It can launch a rock held in its hand like a missile by tightening and expanding muscles instantly. Pokemon Sword. It can load up to 3 projectiles per arm into the holes in its hands. What launches out of those holes could be either rocks or Roggenrola. Gliscor, 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 Gliscor. Pokemon Platinum and Black and White. If it succeeds in catching even a faint breeze properly, it can circle the globe without flapping once. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It glides soundlessly on pitch-black wings and sinks sharp fangs into the throat of its prey. It takes on a look of satisfaction once it has entirely drained its prey of blood. Drillbur, Pokemon Black. It can dig through the ground at a speed of 30 miles per hour. It could give a car running above ground a good race. Pokemon Shield. It's a digger. Using its claws to burrow through the ground, it causes damage to vegetable crops, so many farmers have little love for it. Palpitoad, Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. When they vibrate the bumps on their heads, they can make waves in water, earthquake-like vibrations on land. Pokemon Shield. On occasion, their cries are sublimely pleasing to the ear. Palpitoad with larger lumps on their bodies can sing with a wider range of sounds. Seismitoad. Pokemon Sword. The vibrating of the bumps all over its body causes earthquake-like tremors. Seismitoad and Grogunk are similar species. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon is popular among the elderly who say the vibrations of its lumps are great for massages. Stunfisk. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Its skin is very hard, so it is unhurt even if stepped on by sumo wrestlers. It smiles when transmitting electricity. Pokemon Sword. Thanks to bacteria that lived in the mudflats with it, this Pokemon developed the organs it uses to generate electricity. Landorus Incarnate Form. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, through the sky in this form, bestowing plentiful harvests upon the land and earning the people's reverence. It can traverse the whole of Hisui in a mere couple of hours. Diggersby, 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 Diggersby. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. As powerful as an excavator, its ears can reduce dense bedrock to rubble. When it's finished digging, it lounges lazily. Pokemon Shield. The fur on its belly retains heat exceptionally well. People used to make heavy winter clothing from fur shed by this Pokemon. Zygarde. 50% form. Pokemon Sun. This is Zygarde's form when it has gathered 50% of its cells. It wipes out all those who oppose it, showing not a shred of mercy. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This is Zygarde's form when about half of its pieces have been assembled. It plays the role of monitoring the ecosystem. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Some say it can change to an even more powerful form when battling those who threaten the ecosystem. Zygarde. 10% form. Pokemon Sun. Its sharp fangs make short work of finishing off its enemies, but it's unable to maintain this body indefinitely. After a period of time, it falls apart. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Born when around 10% of Zygarde's cells have been gathered from all over. This form is skilled in close-range combat. Zygarde. Complete form. Pokemon Sun. This is Zygarde's form at times when it uses its overwhelming power to suppress those who endanger the ecosystem. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This is Zygarde's perfected form. From the orifice on its chest, it radiates high-powered energy that eliminates everything. Mudbray. Pokemon Moon. It has a stubborn, individualistic disposition, eating dirt, making mud, and playing in the mire all form part of its daily routine. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It loves playing in the mud. If it isn't showered with mud on a daily basis, it gets stressed out and stops listening to its trainer. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon covers itself in mud that it has regurgitated. The mud won't dry out even if it's exposed to the sun for a long time. Pokemon Violet. Though a slow walker, Mudbray is plenty strong. Its pace doesn't change even when it's loaded with 50 times its own body weight. Mudstale. Pokemon Sun. It spits a mud that provides resistance to both wind and rain, so the walls of old houses were often coated with it. Pokemon Moon. Its heavy, mud-covered kicks are its best means of attack, and it can reduce large trucks to scrap without breaking a sweat. Pokemon Shield. Mudstale has so much stamina that it could carry over 10 tons across the Galar region without rest or sleep. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon has been treasured not just for its physical labor, but
but also because it produces
high quality mud used for making pottery. Silly Cobra, Pokemon Shield. It spews sand from its nostrils. While the enemy is blinded, it burrows into the ground to hide. Pokemon Scarlet. Silly Cobra's neck pouch, which can inflate and deflate like a balloon, gets more elastic each time Silicobra sheds its skin. Sandaconda, Pokemon Sword. When it contracts its body, over 220 pounds of sand sprays from its nose. If it ever runs out of sand, it becomes disheartened. Pokemon Violet. The sand it spews contains sharp, pointy gravel, which is actually just sand that Sandaconda's saliva has hardened into irregular shapes. Gigantamaxed Sandaconda, Pokemon Sword. Its sand pouch has grown to tremendous proportions. More than 1,000,000 tons of sand now swirl around its body. Ursaluna, Pokemon Legends Arceus. I believe it was Hisui's swampy terrain that gave Ursaluna its burly physique and newfound capacity to manipulate peat at will. Toadschool, Pokemon Scarlet. Toadschool lives in muggy forests. The flaps that fall from its body are chewy and very delicious. Toadscrew, Pokemon Violet. It coils its 10 tentacles around prey and sucks out their nutrients, causing the prey pain. The folds along the rim of its head are a popular delicacy. Clodsire, Pokemon Violet. It lives at the bottom of ponds and swamps. It will carry Wooper on its back and ferry them across water from one shore to the other. Great Tusk, Pokemon Scarlet. Sightings of this Pokemon have occurred in recent years. The name Great Tusk was taken from a creature listed in a certain book. Sandy Shocks, Pokemon Scarlet. No records exist of this Pokemon being caught. Data is lacking, but the Pokemon's traits match up with a creature shown in an expedition journal. Iron Dreads, Pokemon Scarlet.